Can,
Chipotle.
can you
No,
say?
I'm not door dashing.
Can you say that one more time? You're going to where?
Chipotle.
I see. Well,
I mean, I'll have the AirPods in. It's cool.
Yeah, I think you need to watch his video if you haven't watched it yet, because Jaden's in here talking shit about a sport that he's been.
wait. You came in here and talked shit to me. That's just not true.
So here, what do you mean? How did I come in here? And
You're so lucky the stream started after you joined.
What did I say?
You told me to kill myself, which is not very.
I was
Conductive of
Yeah,
admin.
yeah.
Not very
That is not very admin
I
conductive.
was finishing your sentence. You said if Solace does not get in here, I'm gonna, and then you paused, and I said, kill yourself.
I
Is
gotta
that
get my
not what you were
AirPods.
going
Hold
to
on.
say?
Wait. What about your top 20 list? Are you gonna put it in the sheet? Can you do that before he left? Didn't he? Fuck. All right. Solace.
Said something about putting in AirPods or something.
Oh God. Like the same ones we talked to him at work with. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, probably.
So, what's up, Gingy? How you doing? How you doing? My mic is too loud.
All right, well he's gone too. Cool.
Wait, did he?
It's back to just you and me.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
Oh, he said something to you. You just ignored him.
Oh no! I mean, I had to get my AirPods.
I was moving my top 20 list off of our
Ooh.
podcast. We did all things Griffball back in the day, Rage. I'm moving it off of that and copying it down into a word sheet now. So I was like,
I thought we did like all time lists. I didn't.
We did.
We
do a
did an
Halo
all
4
time
list?
list, but we did like 5 or 6 of these podcasts. Yeah, we did a Halo
Well,
4 list.
That's what we're doing now. Yeah.
Oh shit. Well, mine may have changed.
Possibly.
From then. We're not gonna bring that one out.
Recency bias could be a thing for sure. Yeah, I probably changed this list too. Like looking back on it, years of bid league experience, I take a lot less into winning than you guys probably do now.
That's gonna be a long talk. There's probably people watching this right now who are like, dude, I just want to talk about Infinite. What should we say to those people?
I'm so sorry that this is your experience when we're going to be talking about Halo 4 lore, which was arguably the best time in Griffball. So
a lot of people
get fucked that we get to enjoy our nostalgia right now, and then you have to live with this garbage.
That's true.
So how are we going to do this? Exactly. Are we just going to go?
Well, it's
top to top.
Gingy's the guest. I was thinking we just yap till Solace gets back.
Oh, okay.
But it's up to you guys.
Don't say that shit. I'm literally here.
You don't have I don't see your 20 list here.
I mean, why do I have to present it if I'm naming it off one after another?
Yeah, I thought we were gonna do them one at a time. We're not posting the whole list at once.
Yeah, I thought we were. Yeah. Like, why would we release it all at once? I thought we were doing
No.
our reveals.
Yeah, I was gonna say put it in the sheet, and then I'm gonna release it like our 20 or 19. Like that's why it's.
Well, I can't do that, but I can send you a picture of it.
Okay, yeah, that'd be sick.
I don't get it. Like, how much if I put all the things in here, they're just gonna be.
I feel like you're gonna get the spoiler treatment, and then you're not gonna react properly, bro.
Yeah.
That's why I want you to put them in there yourself. That's why you guys are editors.
Oh my.
Yeah. So here. Well, I mean that part's fine.
I'm confused as to what graphic you guys are looking at that I obviously can't see.
Yeah, I'll link you. I thought I got you.
Yeah, he just has a thing.
Fucking confused. All right. There we go.
Bad Karma 8 said, well, this podcast better be entertaining.
Oh, I'm not looking at that image. It's gonna.
Why?
Because it's.
Oh, you're right.
Spoilers.
It's gonna corrupt you. Don't look, Rich. Don't look.
Yeah, I'm not gonna look. I don't want to be corrupted by it.
I'm gonna walk on the treadmill because I'm fucking pissed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you mad about?
Bro, my fucking team sucks.
Your team does suck.
And I don't know what's the point in tanking when running is the best position.
I mean,
oh, you
just farm.
You had a game today.
That's what I do when I'm on bad teams.
What do you do when you're on bad teams?
Farm kills with bombs.
Oh,
Makes it fun.
that's very true. I've noticed that whenever we play games,
Yes, yeah, yeah.
you surrender.
I do. I'm over it.
All right, so we're gonna start with honorable mentions, or
I think everybody in this podcast is over it, but yeah, we can start with honorable mentions. Are you guys gonna put your list in the Google sheet or?
I mean,
No,
well, no,
I-
because not in bulk. Like I'll show you one honorable mention to start if you want me to kick this off.
I have an honorable mention.
Well, I was gonna put our things here, and I was gonna reveal them like this. I was gonna click them all, and then I was gonna be like,
Say them,
bam.
but they're not like.
Well, I can't really do that when you haven't put your list in yet.
Well, we can't do that because then.
Well, we're gonna
names are
spoil
gonna
you.
Come out first.
Yeah.
Everything's gonna be spoiled. I don't know what the fuck you think is gonna happen.
Look.
All the names are just gonna appear there.
Just
then you're
let
gonna cover them.
Brian input his name when it's his turn to talk.
Yeah, like this. I'm gonna start it off. Oh,
Jade,
right,
you're
these
being
are
a
the
control
text
freak
super-
right now.
I'm not being a good. Okay, you're good. We'll do it like this.
You still have the text super tiny.
That's because we're gonna do the one thing, and you're doing, dude. This podcast's out of
Alright,
control,
I
dude.
would- I
you're
would like to
embarrassing me in
start-
front of Gingy.
I
You're
have-
literally
I
embarrassing
have
me in front of
a-
Gingy. All right.
I have a
Okay.
honorable mention, and
Oh
it
my
is
God.
in fact Killer is Legit.
Oh my
I would
god.
just like to shout out Killer is Legit in this honorable mention category. This guy was a winning player through and through. He made countless ships. He was on countless great teams. He showed he was good at the game. He wasn't the first or second best player on his teams, and that is why he is not in the top 20. I did not team with him, but I did respect that this guy always felt like he was in the mix. Shout out to Killers Legit.
You know, I think it's fine to put him in the honorable mentions.
I can't be mad at it. I mean, he won a lot of ships. That's important.
He was
He won a lot, and he was a part of the revolution in the
of
way-
one hit wonders. Yeah, he was a one hit wonders. Fatal 4. So
He was a
Respect.
playmaker through and through. We just won't talk about his tanking and his statistics and all that stuff. But what matters more than playmaking and winning?
I mean, yeah, we idolize players like D Cleek, like Grump Padre for doing specific things very well. He's one of those guys. He was a good defender. He could hold the bomb, or he could be your fourth tank or third tank if you needed him to be. He could do a little bit of
I mean,
everything.
Yeah, I
he
trusted
was always
Killers.
mad. Yeah, right. He brings that
That's just
same
how it
Tommy
works.
energy where it's fuck you, fuck this. Why am I here? And that's important on a team. You need somebody like that.
all right. Rage, you want to explain your honorable mention here?
Yeah, I give one of my honorable mentions to about 73 puppies. Tank puppies, not runner puppies. Had he broken out sooner, he may have made the list, but towards the end of Halo 4's life cycle, he was one of the next up and coming elite tanks in the league. And he beat me in a playoff series that we really should not have lost to them to, but it was kind of like one of his breakout series. So credit to the up and comer, who unfortunately was just a little late to the party.
When you say end of Halo 4, do you mean MCC or like before MCC?
Like I think it was like season 6 or 7 or something, like right before MCC came out. Because as soon as MCC came out and Halo 3 became an option again, we had like split seasons and stuff. Then it started to die down.
Okay.
We were past the prime years of Halo 4 by then.
I'll put my first honorable mention, and he didn't make my list, but I'm putting D Cleek down. At the end of the day, was never a first on most of his teams, and probably could say he wasn't even a second on some of them. He was on a lot of good teams, and he kind of fit into that watch and awe, passing style, which I respect, of course. But the numbers aren't there, frankly. But the position is, so I put him in honorable mention.
This looks like disrespect to me.
Now we get Gingy. If you don't have 3 honorable mentions, it's fine, by the way.
No, I could think of three. My first one would probably be either Silent Shadow or Cutthroat. So we can snake it
Ooh.
back if we go through my way.
Okay, so yeah, those are
Yeah,
the
that's perfect. Put Cutthroat next.
those are good picks. Cutthroat was really cool. I ran into him in Rocket League a few weeks ago.
Just a vibey teammate. He won a couple times. Like he's the same thing as Killers, right? He's gonna not fuck up the game for you. He can do a couple things well, and he's a vibe. He's a chill dude.
My second honorable mention. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Very solid player. No, I was just gonna say he was a very solid player, and he that time with on Next Dimension was
Oh yeah, true.
wow. Okay, bye Solace. That's fine.
Wait, he just leave?
He's gone.
He'll be back.
It's fine.
And then as far as Silent Shadow, he was, I mean, honestly, pretty good.
I had
I only,
trouble.
I only put him here because I was looking over my top 20 and I was like, maybe I could have replaced him with somebody, but
Well,
he's up there with my list.
that's why my second honorable mention is Silent Shadow. It literally is Silent Shadow because he was a bitch for me to kill personally at all times.
I think honorable mention is perfectly fair because he was a solid player, but there were just a lot of other players whose niche was just being to run out on the court and kill a whole bunch of shit and
Right.
not do all that much else.
He
There were
won.
plenty of those kinds of players that go up. But yeah, he did his role well, and yeah, he does have a championship to his name.
Oh wait, it looks like Salah sent us his list. I'm gonna assume he's coming back. That would be fucked up if he didn't. But
He's coming back. Oh, there he is. He's back. See?
oh, okay,
Yeah,
sweet.
beautiful.
Okay,
Yeah, don't worry
so
about it. I'll
alright.
just slide in my second honorable mention because we've already talked about it.
It's
but it's
Cutthroat.
another one. What's Cutthroat?
It is Cutthroat. Good one.
I don't think I ever spoke to him.
Really?
Never,
Cutthroat was a cool
Yeah.
dude.
he's a vibe.
So-
Never spoke to Cutthroat.
That's surprising, I feel like.
That is surprising.
Solace, you have 4 honorable mentions here.
Yeah, you get to snake.
Yeah,
this.
I would just started listing them down. Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Do you want to?
my second honorable mention. I mean, let me do a chicken bowl, please. I'll do brown rice and black beans.
That is an honorable mention worthy
Yeah.
Yeah.
meal.
That ain't bad.
We're getting the order.
Somebody
right in the
skip me.
middle of
Somebody
them.
skip me.
Some
Somebody
beefy
skip me.
avocado.
Can I do veggies and then that'll yeah.
I think just let this play out.
I'm here for it. Want to know
If-
the total?
We are in no rush.
Can I do medium and mild?
Let's judge his tastes. I don't think there's anything wrong with the chicken with what he's done so far.
With
Let me
Chipotle?
do corn and a little bit of cheese.
I don't know.
Yeah.
man.
Actually, wait.
Fried
Can I actually
chicken.
do 3 tacos too?
Oh shit,
A bowl and 3 tacos?
that's a lot of food.
God, you're fat.
Dude,
So-
did you lose tonight or?
Um,
stressing?
can I just do brown rice and chicken with those?
Yo, so how much food do
Yeah,
you
soft
actually get from the tacos? Because I feel like I look at them, I'm just like, why would I get this when I can get a bowl, which looks like it's gonna have way more food? Like I just look at it, I just don't feel like the value is there, unless the tacos happen to be huge and I'm just not aware of this.
Tacos are good size, man.
I've never had a taco from Chipotle.
I haven't either. I've had bowls though.
Did you put rice in the taco?
Chicken? Yeah, I put rice in the taco. No beans.
Interesting.
All right, D-Click, we waited for you to order. Who is your next honorable mention?
I'm not done yet.
You're not done
All right,
ordering?
hold on. Let's
Can I
go
just
back
do
around to-
mild, please?
Okay, yeah,
let's
we.
go back around to me real quick, and then we'll come back to him.
Okay.
And
There's
we'll
more
resume.
food.
And a little
Okay.
bit of cheese.
Jesus Christ. So my last honorable mention is going to be my boy, Jedi Hunter.
Oh, let's go, dude.
Wow.
I-
That's mine.
I think
We shared
worthy.
2 out of
Yeah.
3. We
Yeah,
shared 2 out of
'cause-
3. That's crazy.
So at the beginning of
That's
Halo
it, yeah.
4, this man put up numbers as well as anybody. He was a monster at collecting kills.
Has the most kills in the league, I think, right?
Probably, yeah. Won the ship with 4 guys, 1 ball
No.
before the bid league started. Was always a major contributor on GGL teams. And then first few seasons of the bid league, he was a giant kill monster. He just didn't ultimately play all that far into the Halo
I'm gonna
4 life
scratch it off.
cycle. Had he stayed, probably would have moved up this list for sure. It's a shame he did not play more often, but yeah, that's my boy.
For me, he's my third one as well. But for me, Jedi was always
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry about that.
predictable. He was like a grunt padre on steroids. The man was always coming forward. You knew he was coming forward. He didn't give a fuck about his life. Like, he just was there to get as many kills as possible. I don't know how far he would have went on this list, but he definitely would have been top 20 had he played more often. Because
Agreed.
he was very good at what he did, but he was never like elite at anything besides getting a fuck ton of kills. Which
Yeah, looking
is
at the
valuable
rest of
in
my
the puzzle.
list, I think he'd probably end up around like 15 had he done that for
That he would have topped out at on my list at
Yeah.
15.
unless he started like really collecting some ships to his name. But yeah, I think this is fair.
Also a classic 4G1B player, so
Yeah.
the OG4. Back to me. This one was hard. I cycled through a lot of different people. I don't think you guys will have this guy on your list, but I just had to put him down because he was very hard for me to play against. That's gonna be Taylor Can. Or TNT Taylor, whatever his gamer tag is now.
Actually, yeah.
He did make my list.
Did he really? Okay, that's crazy then, because
He did not make mine.
he was always a
Taylor
very
Can did not make my list.
difficult tank for me to play against. He wasn't really a playmaker who could play a pass, but I think he was on Notorious for most of his career. I could be wrong about that, but
No, you know a lot of hybrid theories use this.
he was in Hybrid Theory? Okay. I know he played a Gingy a lot.
You have a bomb squad season?
I played with him twice, and he honestly was. I mean, he was my second best tank both times. So I think he was well worth like 100, 150 credits in the bid league every season.
Very consistent.
Yep. But yeah, he's actually my 20th player. So.
Well, hell yeah. I guess we'll go back to you then.
I had honorable mention Nanadel. Don't know if we've covered this yet.
Yeah, we'll go to you.
I would like to give Nanadel a shout out because, Nanadel's friends, weren't that good at the game, but Nanadel was a fucking baller, okay? And Nanadel was really good at killing shit.
He was fantastic.
And, Nanadel's career ultimately was really held back by who he chose to play with. However, I think that Nanadel would have fit into any good team perfectly fine. And that is why he's my honorable mention.
Had it not been for Green Army and Green Army Junior, Nanadel would have won ships.
Absolutely.
He was a menace for sure. You have one more spot left.
How many seasons did he play?
Let's
Several,
go.
like the first 3, maybe.
I can go check.
Yeah, cause I don't think he went. I think he played as much as Jedi Hunter did.
He played season 1. He played season 2. He played season 3. He played season 4.
Oh, shit.
And then after that, he was gone. Pretty sure that was his last season ever. Right?
Listen, he made my list. I will tell you that. He made my list, and he's not 20.
Nanadel was a good player.
He was a great player.
I played with him one season, and I actually thought he was extremely capable. And at the time, he was definitely someone that I could count on to go positive in any pro game, which is back then was a big deal.
Was sweaty. He was very good. I always thought so. One more honorable mention, and actually we could switch Jedi Hunter with this one because Jedi Hunter was already mentioned. I want to put Forsaken Mango in there.
Mango's a good. I had him as well.
Solace had him on his honorable mention, yeah.
Another Green Army reject. Well, not reject. Another Green Army.
He was good for Green Army.
He was the carry for Green Army for a long time. Him and whenever Nanadel teamed up, that was actually a good little duo. But Forsaken Mango, got to play with him one season. He was the only other person on my team I could count on at the time. Let me realize just how good he can be and is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's definitely deserving.
I copied a lot of his moves. I ain't gonna lie.
He's very cerebral.
Yeah,
In
we're
season 5,
very similar
Mango.
to Nanadel in that whole Green Army Junior sense, except where Nanadel was the tank, Mango was the hybrid. That man could make plays.
Yep. Reminds me a lot of a tank heavy D-Cleek.
That's a good
Yes.
comparison,
Yeah,
actually.
very true.
Solid. You got one more honorable mention. I know you had somebody else besides Mango.
I already had Killers and Mango. Do I get 3?
Yeah, you get 3. You sent your list to me. Let me go look.
I would like to put Routine Ritual on my honorable mentions list. If he had showed up earlier, I think he would have reached the level of almost any player on this list. He showed that when he was here, he could win at any level. He won in AMI, he won in Pro, and I think he could win at a higher level in Pro while being more important to his team. Routine Ritual is just one of those Halo 4 players where we didn't quite get to see what his peak looked like because the game did not last long enough.
I missed out on this guy. Not gonna lie.
I was the first one to draft him in Pro for 10 credits. Won a ship that season with him and Easy.
Oh, wow.
And he made Exile Dragon our 4th because he was just that good. So I was extremely happy with Routine. He was a fantastic player.
Yeah, alongside like Tank Puppies, I thought he was gonna be one of those next big lead players for a team going into Halo 5, but Halo 5 had a very rough start, so he did not
He's
proceed
what
any
Tommy
further
is.
past that.
He's what Tommy is now, honestly. Like, realistically, comparison apples to apples, if he kept playing, he would be as good or better than like a Tommy. So he would be always a second or a third on a team, just very capable. And that's even if he put minimal effort in.
Yeah, solid mechanics.
Well, I guess we can go to Gingy's 20. We can finally get in our list. Got those guys out of the way.
Yeah, that's T-Can. He did make my list. I played
Respect.
a couple seasons with him, back to back, actually. He was a veteran. He was solid.
He knew the game.
What was he good at?
He was a very good tank.
That's about all he had going for him. I mean, he's been playing since the beginning, so he kind of had that.
Yeah, positioning, tank-wise, he would catch the ball if he was throwing it. He was just a good fundamental player.
Yeah, I remember him being really good. His teams were kind of mid, but
he had a rough time in the bid league. But a lot of those middle players were either, very hit or very miss.
all right. I guess I'm next. My number 20 is probably one you guys would disagree with most. It's more of a modern pick, but he had a staple back then. I had to include Papa Viper. I had to put Sniper Kid on my list at number 20.
Kind of a bold pick.
I think it's a little bit of a crazy pick. He wasn't like known back then. However, I went back and looked at his teams, and he was on some good teams, and he was going for some high credits. If we're really looking at it, I mean,
how did those teams do?
He went on Active Hate's team with Sab, and they went 15-9. I don't think they won that season. I don't think Vipers ever won anything. However,
he was with me.
That's a low-key insult.
He was with me one season.
Compliment him and then just shit on him right from the start.
Real.
Yeah. He was with Gingy and Taylor Cannon Killers here. I don't know how you guys did that season, and he went for 200 credits here.
I mean, he was always a solid tank. It's just he just never
Yeah.
really took that big step forward to being a big time player back in the day.
So I had him one season. I believe I took Taylor Can for 100, him for 100, and Godless for 100. Or no, it was AJ.
It was AJ for 100, yeah.
And Godless. And we started off 9-0, and then Godless did some shit, passed his pass, but like he quit / threw a game to Silva, and then didn't show up the rest of the season, so we had to play with Hydra kids. We didn't end up making playoffs.
I called it last playoffs, or sorry, last episode, because we're gonna get to talk about that season more once we get to it. But
Viper was very good that season.
I think he's only gotten better.
Just take a quick pause. My girl just got home with the kids. I need to help her move some shit.
Oh, you're good. Take your time, man.
Well, you already listed his pick. I mean, shit.
I don't think it's the worst pick ever. I mean, considering
not.
he has
No,
only
it's
gotten
definitely not.
better, I think it would be happy to be on my list. I'm just gonna assume he didn't make your guys' list at all,
No.
He did not make mine,
which
and
is
that is
fair.
primarily because he only played 2 seasons of mid league.
And to be
It's true.
clear, because this was kind of brought up and discussed before, pretty much 95 to 100% of my weighting is going to be on prime Halo 4 years. Like the 1.5 seasons that we did, like post COVID, I'm really not taking any of that into consideration.
I'm not either, or at least I'm taking a very small amount of it into.
Yeah, there was just not enough talent in the player pool. No one really gave as nearly as much of a shit. The vibes were just not there. The competition wasn't there. So I'm just not. I'm just gonna pretend that it didn't happen. So anyone who was really good recently, sorry, get fucked.
You missed out. That's all I have to say to him.
You missed out. So make this any
Um,
bigger.
Well, here I'll go ahead and put in mine since we've already talked about this person. And Gingy's already made his point. I have Killers at number 20.
Oh, Killer's at 20.
Yeah.
Your former
I don't think
teammate.
you can
Who's a good
tell.
player?
I don't think you can tell the story of Halo 4 without Killer's name being brought up because of how involved he was in revolutionizing the game. And as we said, he won plenty during those times. Had he been a much stronger of a tank, he could have skyrocketed up this list. Because his playmaking was always top tier.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, ultimately, you can only go so high when the tanking doesn't pan out. But yeah, I don't think you can go Halo 4 without bringing up Killer's name. You got to put some
I mean,
respect on it.
I agree.
I agree. I think if his, ultimately what held him back from rising up further on this list was just because that he could not,
You're cutting out.
like, the man was not known for his thinking, and he. Okay, well, go ahead, Jay.
No, we kind of understood you there. Yeah, he I think he has the most AJ relationships in H4. If you actually no, that's not true because you don't count the recent one. I'm pretty sure he has 2.
Oh, no. Well, I did include that on the champions page. I think he was at 3.
He was at 3, but one of them was the recent one we did post COVID, and Shadow S16 also has 3, and all of his were prime. If you look at this team here, Killers is probably a 3rd. He went for 10 credits on Next Dimension, which is I consider Killers as prime like on one hit wonders, and like you said, he's a staple in the game.
No,
Well, I mean, he excelled on a specific kind of team that did look for playmaking and passing and such. If you stuffed him onto a team that's primary way of scoring goals was tanking, then he's probably not going to fit there.
He'd probably run the ball or something.
There were times where he was just used as a runner, which were fine. But where he really excelled was being like that third tank that could wrap around and just kind of go around and causing chaos and looking for those holes and make plays.
Yeah.
So he was kind of limited in the kind of team that you'd really want to add him to.
Mhm.
But I think 20 is fair.
I think 20 is very fair. Solace, what'd you have for 20?
yeah. For my 20th pick, I had a baller, the man, the myth, the legend, Decleek.
Yeah,
And a lot of
okay.
people might disagree with this. However, I played with Decleek for a long time, and I got to witness his progression from an AMI player to a very capable pro player. Someone that you can trust holding the ball, someone you can trust passing the ball, and someone who can tank enough to get by. And I really thought that was enough for me to get him on this list.
I feel like if you're not going to put him top 20, you should probably put him in your honorable mentions. He's Mr. Intangibles, like literally. Like that is him. You're not going to get big stats out of him, but the game, he understands the game.
He had the intangibles, he had the defense, he had the awareness, the court sense. You can hand in the ball, and he could run if you really needed him to. And honestly, he had his sneaky good moments as a tank. He had his moments. It's not like he was a black hole on the KD spread like some other players were that were looking for
I
Right.
absolutely agree.
cough, dragon guy, cough.
I don't know that guy. I think Gingy we can verify when he gets back, but I'm pretty sure he said Yut Ugg and D-Cleek were like 2 tanks he couldn't kill. We have to verify that when he comes back. But I'm pretty sure I've heard Gingy say that before.
I mean, Deekle's
Um,
game was really just. I guess I could just say like Deekle might not have been the first or second best player on his team, but he really had no weak spots in his game. And I think that is probably the single most valuable part of having a player like that on your team in Halo 4 is that they're not bad at anything.
It is
Yeah,
the
you don't
perfect
want-
spot for a third or a
You
fourth.
do not want someone who's like a liability, like especially as someone who's going to be your third or your fourth. Usually they come with huge drawbacks. But with Deep League, you're totally content with that. It's like, yeah, he may not put up huge tanking numbers, but he'll have his moments. But yeah, you never have to worry about him just completely falling apart defensively, letting by, passing goals, and all this other stuff. You felt very confident with Deep League on your team. You could always ignore that tank trying to wrap around and trust that Deep League was going to go address him right away.
So we could snake here, or we could wait for Gingy. What do you guys want to do?
Let's take a
Me and
quick
my
moment.
tacos. Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a quick moment and talk about, hey, when are you going to release this? Tonight? Tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, probably.
Okay, cool. Well, then, by the time
No.
you're hearing this, then either the V Rising server is either up or it is going
Oh.
to be up within 24 hours.
Oh.
V Rising update comes out sometime tomorrow, maybe very late tonight.
True.
And the official Playgirl Fall server launch is going to be on Tuesday, the 29th.
Hashtag ads.
Hashtag ad. I thought you were going to say something about something else, but
No.
that's great.
Also, go watch the video and clips and content.
Also, go Wolves. I hope they smoke the Lakers in Game 5.
Die.
The Lakers do not deserve to win, and they are criminals for landing superstar players on their roster. Shout out to their Game 4 win tonight. Huge. Ant is fucking him.
Criminals?
Yeah, they're fucking criminals.
What, because you rob people?
No.
Okay, fair. That's fine.
The Lakers will take advantage of a friendship to land good players on their team, and it's fucked up.
Okay. I don't know how to fill the void of silence anymore. I don't know how long
No.
Gingy was
Isn't-
planning on being gone.
This is kind of our job. I don't know, really. I didn't study for this.
You don't have to study for this. You live it.
Hmm.
You lived it.
My tacos are delicious, dude. Very good.
You posted
Chipotle
some
tacos,
tacos last
pretty good.
time. You posted some tacos in the Discord, remember? People were hating on it.
Those were from like a Mexican place. These are just normal. These are like white people Chipotle tacos.
Well, hold on. Anyone who hated on those last tacos that he posted does not understand Mexican food. Those tacos looked amazing. People don't understand street tacos. All right. No one ever has eats those tacos that look like that. You're like, oh, I can't believe I ate those. Ugh. Ugh.
Everybody
No, those are
watching
amazing.
this should join my server. It's the best server
Don't
ever.
do that. Don't do that. Some weird dude joined last night.
Yeah.
And you didn't ban them.
That's
Buck
that's
supports,
not true. I did ban
whatever
him.
it's called.
That's not true. I did ban him. What are you talking about?
After how long?
Like 20 seconds after he joined.
That is not true. He was in here forever, and then he kept on posting in the chat. He said something this morning.
That's not true. He said the bad word, and then he got disconnected due to me kicking him.
He said a lot of net bad words. That dude was a weirdo. I can't believe I had him. You know how hard it is to have me block you on something? There's
Well-
like maybe 5 people I've ever blocked in my life.
Maybe there's some people in here listening that are like, hey, maybe I don't want to get censored and play Griffball. I'm going to go in this other server, and while it may have weirder people, at least I'm not going to get banned for saying a word.
Didn't you just say you banned him for saying the word though?
That was different. He was being annoying, and he was being, what do you guys call it on the admin team? What do you guys call it? Here.
Racist.
Let me.
admin.
No, he wasn't racist. He wasn't racist.
I don't understand. You're literally banning him for the same reasons we would have banned him in my server. What are you talking about?
Did you not see what he posted?
No, I haven't blocked.
Okay, well, what he posted was bad enough for me to ban him, so that should tell you enough.
He came in here and said some weird shit within like 5 seconds of him like joining. Never heard of him before. Outside of like why he came in. Why do I have this guy blocked?
Who are you talking
I
about?
would
Just some guy in the
talk
server. You don't
about.
know him.
No, we don't need to bring him up. He's nothing.
We were just trying to fill the void, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We missed you, Gingy. Welcome back.
That is
Alright.
my bad. Kid or girl got home. Kid's got a lot of free shit, so we're putting it
How many
away.
kids you got now?
3.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Solace, who's your number 19?
It is MSSR Martin, bro.
I considered him.
I thought Martin deserved to make this list because even though he was overqualified for the teams he was on, underqualified, excuse me. I thought Martin was a phenomenal player. I thought he was a great leader. I thought he was someone who provided a lot of the X factor for a team. I don't think he was supposed to be the best player on his team, and he ultimately suffered because of that because people kept dropping extenuous amounts of credits on him. But I really valued Martin because he was someone who could lead a team even if he didn't necessarily have the skill for it. Like Martin was more of a 1A, 1B type of player than just a straight up 1.
That's fair. I'm looking at some of these bid seasons. He went for a lot of money. He went for a lot of credits.
Yeah, that fourth
one
season, I
season-
was gonna go all in on Martin or Solace, and ultimately I landed on Solace. But there is a very, very likely alternate universe where Martin was on that team instead. I don't think he actually got to play that much that season. Like he had something come up, like his Xbox broke or some shit. But yeah, he was. I thought he was like the next big thing. But there's nothing wrong with being a 1A 1B.
Was he the one that ran out of Xbox Gold?
It's very possible.
Was that him? I don't even remember. I know it was somebody.
I just remember thinking, "Wow, I dodged a bullet." Because of what happened that season, not because of what happened on the court. It's because he could not get on the court, and it was unfortunate. But yeah, he was a really great player.
Yeah, Martin was. Yeah, I mean, I remember him coming on way later in Halo 4. I don't know why I don't remember him early. Because he was around, wasn't he?
Yeah, he played in the first
Probably
season.
Yeah, probably because he was like starting to break out, and then as soon as his big breakout season was supposed to hit, he didn't play.
Mm.
So it got
And I
like
think I
delayed a bit.
remember him on Easy as Pie and stuff. So, as I think where I remember.
My number 19 was Death Leak, but we've already gone in depth about him.
Do you click over killers? I guess.
Yeah, I don't think that's a hot take, to be honest.
I think that, I mean, they're very similar players. I just think Death Leak would have his moments tanking that Killers did not.
Their values and bids over the seasons prove that D-Cleek was probably better than Killers 2. So, I would agree.
Okay.
D-Cleek,
That's fair.
D-Cleek did the random take the ball away, score goal kind of thing.
Yeah.
Killers did way less often, but he did it sometimes as well. But D-Cleek was always good at getting the ball away from other people, which is extraordinarily valuable.
Yeah, Death Leak was probably a little bit more of a defensive minded player, while Killers was more of the offensive kind of a guy, make more offensive plays than defense.
Killers was the what do they call it? Whatever of all, master of none, jack of all, master of none.
Oh yeah,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, don't know the
Whatever.
actual thing off my top of my head right now, but he was that guy. He could do it all, but he was good at none of it, or great at none of it.
All right. Well, number 19. I have this guy. I have that guy. Infection.
Wow, he
Infection.
is so much higher on my list.
That's kind of low. I mean, I gotta be
It
honest.
is
That's kind of a low ball,
so
bro.
much higher on my list.
I feel like Infection was on good teams, never won, was very hard to kill as a tank, was completely incapable as a runner. I don't remember him and Tonga ever getting anything done that like impressed me. Just hard to kill for me, and that's about it. Good player.
I think
though.
Infection.
I'll be honest. I don't even have him on my list.
I think Infection
Really?
was
Wow.
almost better than Tonga.
he was one of the top 5 to 8 single best tanks in this game.
He
Just
doesn't.
I'm trying to
as
map
an
that
He
out.
was he was
As-
good, but at the end of the day, I just don't feel like he impacted games all that much.
He was very
mean,
He
slow.
spent a
He never-
lot of time
he
at
never had to
midcourt
be a
being
lead. You
being
never had
alive.
to be a lead tank and get tank ins against the guy. That was not your job. That's not
Well,
what
no,
you were.
that was just no. If he was good at one thing, it was building a wall that you're not going to go through. But like, I just
I
never
think
like when I'm playing a game and I'm on defense and I'm worried about someone taking me in. I looked at infection and it was just like he's just gonna stand there and I'll just I'm cool. We're cool. Address everybody else.
You're right. There was a little bit of the a winter moose factor to him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's a name.
I think infection was like a floor raiser more than anything. Like I felt like whatever team infection was on, it was impossible. The team was not going to be bad. In Halo 4, infection was just he would just felt like such a good floor raiser. He was really good at team tanking, and he was really good at protecting the runner. And
He made the
pairing
tank
up with Tonga,
better. He made the tanks next to him better
yeah, I
because
agree
he
with
took
that.
a lot of pressure off of him. And pairing with he had to be a runner's wet dream. I didn't run in Halo 4, but that dude had to be everything a runner could ever want.
That's probably why Tonga kept picking him.
I don't remember a time when he wasn't on Tonga's team from arc
Exactly.
to the end. So yeah, possibly.
Yeah, he landed there for me. Just like Rage said, I don't remember anything that like nothing above him haven't done, you know. But
Yeah.
we'll see where he's on your guys' list. 19 for you, Gingy.
I have AJ the Juice Man.
Oh
That's
shit,
crazy.
AJ made it.
That's fucking
Wow.
not right. To be honest with you,
AJ's at 19. LOL.
AJ is not a 19.
I was gonna put AJ in honorable mentions.
He's a 19. I mean,
No.
listen, he was so mid all through the beginning.
How was
Late
that like?
player. He was like I remember picking him up for 100 credits and everybody fucking laughed. Right?
You
Everybody.
unlocked something in him that season.
And then he went like plus 400 with me or some shit. He popped the fuck off. Right? It was a season I went plus 1,000, he went plus like 400. We dominated tanking wise. And then he went to 270 to
Silva.
Necessary Evil the next season.
I'll be the guy that fact checks stuff on the sheet. You can keep talking.
Yeah, I mean, he was fantastic. He was an amazing teammate, one of my favorites to play with. There will, just a fellow stoner. He was a vibe. He was never upset. The only time I ever saw him upset was when Godless threw that game to Silva. Like
The library
that's
story.
the library thing. That's the only time I've ever heard AJ rage at anybody, and it was valid. It was warranted. So he was just a vibe, and he was a very good player.
AJ is my official big brother in Griffball, and I haven't really played with him officially in the season, but I'd like to, maybe one day. He didn't go to Evil, Gingy. He went to Nico Demons for 270. So
Nico Demons. Okay. Yeah.
I think having him on your list is fair. I think 19's fine for what I've seen so far.
The end of Halo 4 to early Halo 5 was his prime, in my eyes.
He was good in those reach seasons that we had during COVID. He turned into
comeback seasons?
he was a solid reach tank.
Yep.
All right, Solace, you're 18.
Oh, they were snaking it.
Oh, do you guys want to snake it?
Yeah, snake.
Okay,
ahead.
Gingy for
My
18.
18 lightsaber.
Lightsaber.
Oh,
Okay.
boy.
Bro,
Oh,
I kind of
Obi-Wan
hate
the
your
alumni.
list.
Lightsaber is really good.
Lightsaber? Go ahead. I got a lightsaber rant after you tell the positives.
Okay. Played a lot with Crusader and Jedi, right? So he kept good company. He was a winner. He made a couple of his own teams and made playoffs with Rain, which, if you look back at Halo 4, was hard to do, apparently. And Rain's a great player, but it was tough to do. So, and I've teamed with him a couple times. He's a good player. He just is. He's a very smart kid and he knows what the fuck he's doing.
He is a very smart
Alright,
player.
drop sauce.
All right, man. Lightsaber was a good player. Okay, I would have had Lightsaber below my honorable mentions, and this is because Lightsaber never got better at the game. Like I feel like Lightsaber peaked with four guys, one ball, and the same level of Lightsaber was never seen again.
It's yeah.
And
It's tough.
I
It's tough to duplicate chemistry. It really is.
I can't put Lightsaber on my list because ultimately Lightsaber did simply not improve at the game, and he did not have a great go of it the rest of the 7 HLA seasons outside of 4G1B.
Yeah, yep, you're definitely right. But here's my thing. When I'm doing this list, I take winning almost out of it. And the reasoning for that is because it was bid league, right? There was CCV only for the after the first 2 seasons, so the first 2 seasons were all jacked up and completely unfair and unbalanced. And then we allowed, contracts to happen, so it made the second one unbalanced. And then once CCVs finally did hit, you saw players like Digital. I mean, there's a reason Ace, Digital, me, like all of these top players only have like one ship in this game in the AGLA. And it's because either the no CCV thing happened or because we were, just that handicapped. It was hard to win. So
How about GGL? You taking the GGL seasons, and we don't really have a record of those anymore, but we
no,
GGL
GGL
they're in
GGL
our
was
memory.
yeah, GGL was the best of the best, right? Like your arcs, your easiest pies, your
Watching
those
on.
watching
Xbox
on
record that.
natural selection, like the dominant
Gen Inc.
team. Gen Inc. Yeah, dominant
Gen
teams
Inc.
made it in. Gen Inc.
That
was
not. That
not
was a
No,
joke.
don't say that.
they were
We got
they
Saints
were
out of it.
semis, right? They were semis, yeah. If one
They
of the
made it to the ship.
Oh, did they to the ship?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, it
Alright.
was. I think it was that season when Wachina played Arc and won in the semifinals.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
that was the champ. That was the real championship.
That was
But
that was Arc without me, wasn't it? Because Infection played.
yeah, it was without you. So
I was
yeah,
in
so
college.
Jet Inc. was on the other side of the bracket and they advanced, and then it was all over from there. But that was
Oh,
the
shit.
beginning of Saints' absolute breakout.
Shrek wants a shout out. I don't know if he meant in the
No, fuck
stream
Shrek.
or on the list. At least you're not like Dylan, who thinks he should be on this list, who never played an
Dylan put
H4
himself
season.
at the top. Oh no, I'm sorry. He put himself at the top of Reach.
What is happening right now, Shrek? We're doing a top 20 all-time list for Halo 4, and it is my turn, I
Don't talk
believe.
to the live chat. Ignore those fucking.
All right, you guys suck, dude. Get out of here.
My teammate. Jaden, who's
That's
your
my
18?
my 18 is we already talked about it. I put Killers at 18.
Damn.
That's pretty high, bro.
Killers is slowly working his way up.
Killer's
so I'm,
better than Infection is
Yeah.
crazy.
He is my best friend in real life. In
And
real life.
And you wouldn't put him that high?
I have lived with this dude, and I would not put him above Sniper, Infection, Taylor Can, Silent Shadow, or Decleak.
All I have done is seen Killers win. Modern Day doesn't count, but I picked him up in the H4 tournament, and he didn't show. And when he didn't show up, we won that thing. So I don't know.
So he won that too in spirit.
Yeah, so he won that in spirit. I feel like if you're on a team like One Hit Wonders and you're kind of found in that play style, and he's capable of running the ball, he's capable of being, a decent tank.
Jack of all, master of none. Yep.
Yeah, maybe I had trouble killing him sometimes. I feel like I had an easier time killing like Shadow over him sometimes, actually. But yeah,
negative 30 every game. I think everybody gave you tanking trouble.
That's probably true as well. I put him here though, and I think he deserves to be mentioned at least in the top 20.
I'm not. I mean, yeah, I guess.
He won a lot.
I take so again, this comes back full circle to me, like not taking wins. I take everything with a grain of salt when it comes to winning in the bid league and in the AGLA. Just forever, right? Because there's no way in hell Ace, shouldn't be the natural leader of championships. If skill really mattered all that much, and it overcame all these extra hurdles, Ace should have 15 ships by this point, and he doesn't.
That's fair.
So I the bid league and even the draft leagues, which I think draft is way more balanced. I do. I take all of the bid league seasons with a grain of salt, even the ones I won, just because it's a very, very luck oriented, RNG oriented kind of thing.
I think that's fair. I just, I guess I respect him too much as a player to put him any, I put him here.
I can't believe you disrespect Infection that much, to be honest with you.
Probably the highest he's going.
It's the highest.
Um,
I don't think
Don't
I
leak.
don't think Killers made many top 20 lists while the game was active at 18. Not even to mention afterwards. But I could see if you were basing it off of wins when you made your list, he should be. He won several times.
I'm sure he'll appreciate it. Rage, your turn.
at my 18, I have Forsaken Mango.
Forsaken Mango, wow.
Kind of similar players to Killers and Deep League and such, but I always felt that Mango had a higher ceiling than Deep League or Killers ever did. So I kind of started putting players on this list close to each other on their play styles in a sense. And I just thought Mango had the higher peak of those players. So yeah, that's right. I dropped him.
I thought Mango was excellent at the game. I thought that because of his friends list, he definitely came in underrated, but I thought Mango was definitely like the type of player who was plug and play and could be either the second or the third best player on your team, like without a shadow of a doubt. And I thought his mechanics were really good.
Yo, who
So I do
remembers
understand
that
what you're saying.
season of Mango, Cannon, and I think it was Piggies,
They beat my team in the semifinals.
where they just came out of nowhere with
Season
their
5.
insane regular season. Their regular season was not supposed to be that way.
Wasn't there fourth?
I think a lot of people woke up to Mango that season.
It was Cannon, Piggies, Bourbon, Mango, Routine Ritual, and H2O Camper.
Routine. That's right. They had Routine.
Wait, so did he go Ami
No.
after that, or did he win Ami before that? That was his first season.
He won
Pro.
Ami before that, and then I picked him up pro.
It looks like he's been in pro every season, besides season 2, where he was in Ami to Green Army, or sorry, Reflex.
Wait, no, he won with
he won with Perfect Demise.
Yeah, Sonic
Rainbow. Yeah.
In Ami?
Right? Yeah.
The sheet says he's in pro for all of these.
No, right.
Besides season 2.
He might have subbed in pro.
It says he's on all these squads, but the sheet could be wrong.
What season did they win? It was Hyperdrive, right?
Yeah.
I want to say it was season 4.
In season 4, he was on Bomb Squad at 4-0 in Sab.
Still Hyperdrive?
Season 5?
Season 5, he was on the pro run team we just talked about.
Yo, my misremembering.
Season 3 was with Gingy and Hybrid Theory, and season 2 he was in Ami with Nuke Taco and D-Cleek.
Whatever.
If the sheet's not lying, of course.
I had Mango at 18.
I think Mango there is fine. Sol, it's your turn.
I think making the list is fine.
Agreed.
I had a easy as pie player in this category.
You scared the shit out of me.
Who improved throughout the course of the game, and I had E-Tased here.
Ooh.
E-Tased really came into his own, and it really happened fast. But E-Tased ended up being very good at Halo 4 and having a very successful, well, he didn't win, but he had a successful playing career, especially because he was horrendous when he first started. But on my list,
he did technically win.
Yeah, I thought he won.
On my list, I believe that at number 18, he is both better than Martin and D-Cleek.
He definitely was probably by the end of Halo 4.
I think his top is better than those two, yeah.
I remember his bad as well, though, and that was...
Yeah, he started off very poorly, but he picked it up quick. It wasn't it's not like I don't even think he played in like the first 3 to 4 seasons,
So
but by the end of it, he really got it together.
so would me leaving him off my list offend you? Like would you think that's crazy?
No, I don't think that's crazy.
Okay.
I think it's fine to have a pretty widespread on where he would end up on the list. I think that's okay
I,
because
I
he
think
did have a very quick ascension to where he ended up, but yeah, he had a very slow start.
I think from 20 to 15 in Halo 4 and honorable mentions is very opinionated in how you felt about certain players.
This list could have went to 30 to 35 and 15 to 30 could have been scrambled pretty easily.
Exactly. I agree with that. Like maybe 20 to 35 would have been a mix
Yeah.
for sure.
20 to 35 would have been a hodgepodge, yeah.
Yeah, because when I first started making this list, I went through the rosters and just like took out a whole bunch of names that were like, oh, they were good, for consideration. I ended up with like 38 names, and then I had to like slowly whittle it down to where we ended up now. But yeah, so I think your top 35 comment is like almost completely spot on.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys view it this way, but I also think in the terms of like some of these players, if they were in the bid pool now, like this season, they would have went for 300 credits, right? Like you would have spent 300 credits on a Martin. You would have spent like if they were actually around and playing and active players. You know what I mean? They would have been seconds in this league that we're currently playing in. So
I agree with that. I don't.
Kind of why I
Yeah.
put Sniper Kid at 20.
So like this list is like these kids are very talented, right? They're
Of
very good
course.
football players. So it's just it's tough. That list can be so extensive for a multitude of reasons, and
I,
a lot of them are going to be based off of experiences we've had with them as individuals.
I
Like
think
I've spent time with Forsaken Mango and E-Tased and played with them both, and I still left them both off my list, even though they're both very deserving.
Halo 4 was a different kind of era. I think the competition level in Halo 4 era, some of these guys on this list are like the third and fourth best players on their team, and ultimately that is because the people above them are just so insane at the game that these guys who are really good at the game
Right.
are just relegated.
You're E-Tased, but you're playing with Piggy's Dig and Silva, right? Like
Exactly.
that's tough, you know. Well, it's not tough. It's actually pretty easy, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. Like these guys aren't bad. It's just
You're not going to be
they
better than them.
weren't
They're really good.
better than the people above them.
Right.
All
Right.
right,
Do I get
17.
to snake this?
No,
You get to
no.
take it back.
Oh, yeah, we're snaking. You're right. Sorry. Go Sauce.
Oh, dude, I'm so excited for this pick, dude.
It's
Okay,
17. Okay.
I hated playing this guy. He played several seasons on Pro Run.
Pick Quantum.
He
Oh, I know who it
he
is.
played very slowly. He played
Oh,
very
wait.
methodically. He loved to flank, and this is a man cannon.
It's canon.
It's Man Cannon.
Spawn trapping original.
Yeah, this guy played the flank. He played the weak side religiously, relentlessly, and he was ruthlessly good at it.
I remember J Bar having the biggest heart on every time we played against him because he was so pissed that he was just sitting in our spawn. Like he was just so upset about it.
Man Cannon's
Hey,
super
Sauce,
fun.
guess what? Cannon's
So-
my number
Oh,
17.
he's got 17 in his.
Yay!
Yeah.
I wish I could continue the trend. My 17 is Godless. I've got us at
That's
17.
insane. That's so insane, bro.
I
Godless
think
didn't make the list. That's wild.
Godless should not be on this list.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I made that whole 15 to 30 comment just to preface my list a little bit. I have a 3-way tie at 15, so my list is actually 23 people plus honorable mentions. But
Oh, okay.
my
Well,
my point was to
Interesting.
bring this up later, well, about the 15 thing. But I jumped the gun a little bit. So
Why did you have Godless here, Jaden?
that's a great question. That is a great question.
from what I remember from Godless is I can't remember back in Prime H4 if he tanked or ran more. I'm pretty sure he won the first GGL season, and every team he was on was pretty good. I know he won a ship at some point with Shadow and Nets. I guess he
Godless
trolled.
was a career fourth.
I guess he trolled Gingy's season.
He was a runner because he was a runner in reach.
I just remember him always being a solid player to go for, and I'm pretty sure he won the Griff Ball land, right?
He was. Think of him.
That's
do you
number
remember
one.
It
him
was not
in
because
Reach?
of, it was not because of him.
Yeah. Do you remember him in Reach? Because he was the same player now as he was back then. Like he was a.
Back then,
he
he
needed.
was not
He
that good in
needed.
Reach, right?
He needed. I mean, he was the same as he was when we went back and played during COVID or after COVID or whatever those Reach leagues were. He was a fourth on his team. Like he needed Demon, he needed Star, he needed Galvin, or he wasn't gonna make it far. He always had names I forgot about. He always had a Winter Moose. He always had Glockshine. He always had uh
I think that's just the result of being a runner.
Camp Thrust.
Utah Jazz, all right? Or who's their fourth? I forget.
Camp can throw.
And if he's winning in these
Yeah.
AGLA
Oh, that was probably
seasons,
back into Reach, but
Yeah.
I mean,
he was a solid player. It's just
he has
I
a
don't-
winning
I don't think
record. He was hard for me to kill.
He was
I don't
Infection
think
and
any
Godless
of the
were
success that
different.
he got was because of him. He was usually a product of the players around him. He was wildly entertaining. I'll tell you what, I had a whole lot of fun watching and playing with Godless whenever we were in game. Very fun dude. But no, I do not have him on my list.
I looked
Yeah,
at
he's not.
I looked at all of his seasons, and he has probably one of like the best records after like CCVs were introduced. And he came back later, and he's good in the modern era. So I just assumed,
I
I'd put
feel
him
like
on a
he was
list.
better. He was better in the modern era when there wasn't as many people grinding the game.
Well, yeah,
You're,
you're always gonna look better when you're in the modern era.
Jaden, you're so insanely disrespectful of Infection. I have to
It is
say it.
wild. It's breaking my dude. You just wait till you see how high he is on my list.
Like
It's
Infection,
up there.
like Infection carried Impulse to playoff appearances in the best division in the game.
I'm
Like,
pretty.
that's-
I'm pretty
I
sure he
hated-
played.
I
Good.
hated captaining Hybrid Theory because it was a team against Nets and it was a team against Infection every season. Tonga was the captain, but I had to play against Infection 3 or 4 times every season on repeat, almost my entire bid league career. It was AIDS. Hated it. 10 out of 10 experience. Would never do it again.
That's funny. I'm looking at some of these credits he's going for and some of the teams he was on, and the fact that he can't even win on some of these teams tells me a lot about him.
Yeah, but
Winning
that's
is
Tonga.
hard, bro.
That's Tonga losing as well. And again, it's bid league, right? So he had Tonga as a captain who had to spend all of his credits to get Infection and then had to go after, the Platypus and other guys to hopefully
The
pull the team together.
platypus.
I don't know if you guys remember him, but like,
Impulse was never a bad team with Infection on it. And I think that actually matters because he was the best player on it.
You don't
Tonga
think
was
you
the best
you don't
player.
think Tonga was better than him? Are you serious?
I think Infection is better than Tonga.
There's
straight
no
up.
way. How can you say that?
What are you
think
talking
Tonga-
about? I don't think Tonga's even that good.
Oh, you did.
What?
He was great. Tonga was
I
awesome.
had Tonga on my ARC teams.
He was fantastic. I love Tonga. He's just
Well, I think plenty of us have Tonga on our list.
I have him on my
Yeah.
list.
We'll get
I
to
have
him.
him on the list.
they're very close for me too. I just think Tonga's better.
All right, Ginger, your pick 17.
This is gonna piss people off for sure. But same thing as E-Taste was always a third or a fourth. I have the one and only Piggies.
Okay.
At
At the end of the day, everybody's gonna say Piggy's won 2 ships in a row, but she was the 4th on both of those teams.
I mean, 10 credits,
I
baby.
mean, let's
10
be clear,
credits.
let's be clear. Piggies broke the bid league for the first 2 seasons.
Yep. So did Solus. So did Moose. I mean,
We
no,
we had
you
to get
and
rid of
Shadow.
contract. We had
You
she
and
was
Shadow
the reason we got rid of contract. Wait, me and Shadow.
Both of you at like 170 was gross.
Oh, yeah.
That
I don't
was
know why
gross.
Shadow went for so
he
little.
never went for much.
I don't
like, he
think
was
Shadow
never a
ever
fucking-
went for more than like 220 in any bid season
Never.
ever.
Because he couldn't. Like if you did that, it was suicide.
Shadow was like Shrek. He was really good at being like, "Hey, I'm not gonna show up if I don't fuck with you," type shit. And Shadow made full good examples out of that.
Here's my schedule.
Every single season, yeah, he was like, "This is my schedule. These are the exact days I can play." Like and
And it
nothing
really
outside
scared
of
people.
So that
away.
was a fucking lie. Pull up
and it
that
did.
guess.
No, he stuck to that schedule okay. Like there was some days he would like, oh, work is what I'm off work for whatever reason, but for the most part, he stuck to that schedule. His captains just scheduled games on those days. Took the time, took the effort, and got a
Yeah,
very good player.
got worked around him really.
Yep.
Yeah.
I enjoyed playing with piggies every chance I could in customs and in any watching all. I played with her for a good bit actually. Those are fun times.
She was a great player, and I will not deny that. But it's just the E-Taste effect for me. Great player on great teams. Same thing. I never saw her be a 450 credit player and carry a team to a ship. It was always in conjunction.
This
with
is why I
two or
think
three
Peak
other
Godless better than Peak Piggies. Or sorry,
No,
not
no.
that. Sorry. I said that wrong. I said that wrong. I don't want to spoil my list.
Kick him out.
Okay, I want to talk about piggies. I had piggies pretty high on my list. It's not time for me to reveal her yet, but
No, we can't reveal
when
anything.
piggies made it to the ship with Mango, Man Cannon, and Routine Ritual, in my opinion, that's like Steph's 2022 title run, where it really elevated piggies' evaluation in my eyes because piggies was the best player on that team, and they did make it to the ship.
I mean,
who
this
was
is
the competition?
also this is season 5.
They beat me, Didge, and D-Cleek in the semifinal.
They also lost to Nets, Pride, Shadow, Killers, and
Oh yeah,
Cutthroat. But also Piggies also had another 10 credit pick, which is Routine Ritual, as their
Yeah,
fourth.
way better as a 10 credit pick than he should have been.
But I still think Piggies was the best player in that team, and they were the best team regular season record that season. So it really did a lot for me to raise Piggy's evaluation.
All right, you can snake it. You can snake it, Gingy.
My 16 is Nanadel.
Wow, that's really high.
That's pretty high.
Whoa.
That's really
That's
really
up
high.
there.
The dude was a solid fucking tank. Like he was just always way overbid and yet still delivered. If he won games, which wasn't many in the bid league, they were because of him. It's just, I don't know. He didn't get enough credit or a chance to shine. But as an individual, skill based wise, he was deserving.
All of
That's
his
all I know.
all of his teams were
Dog shit.
very yeah.
He's solace. He is solace this season. I'm sorry to say,
Listen,
teammates, or solace, but you are living his life right now.
I played with Nanadel in season 3, and the only reason we didn't make the playoffs is because we played in the hardest division in the league. If we played in any other division, we would have made the playoffs, but we had to play against Digital Pain's championship winning team and the remnants of one hit wonders with piggies. So I respect Nanadel a lot.
I really didn't get to play with Nana all that much.
Same.
I don't have a lot of memories of like being in game against him, so I just couldn't throw his name on the list. I just don't have that much experience with him. I mean, how much did you guys actually play with Nanadel in like customs and versus?
Not much at all.
Played with him. He didn't. That's the thing, is he truly didn't grind the game outside of just playing league games. He played GGL seasons and he played AGLA seasons, and still would be top 10 in tanking stats every season. And the guy didn't grind anything. So I don't know. I played with Bomb Squad. I played against him several times the first league or the first year, and then I went over to Impulse my second season. So I didn't get to play him as much, but every time I played against him, he was always the most annoying person on the court. And as an individual, and as an individual's talent, it's how I'm ranking this. He is at 16 in my book.
Okay. Well,
Technically more like 18, but
we're talking talent, so that's why at 16 I put IX Gingy. No, I'm just kidding.
Damn.
No, I'm kidding.
facts.
Disrespectful.
At 16, this was one of the hardest slots for me. I could switch this person maybe up to 12 or 11 any other day, but I actually put Solace here. I put Solace at my 16.
I feel kind of disrespected, excuse me, but that's fine.
I have you near here.
I was gonna put you higher, and I think you deserve to be higher now. You're a lot of people would call you the best Halo 4 player
It's okay.
today.
Make the case for 16. Listen, just make the olden day case here.
Yeah, so you played with D-Cleek and Digital and Novice. Somehow couldn't win that. You played with D-Cleek, Ice Cards, and Rage. Couldn't win that one.
Whoa.
Who else
hold
you who else you play with?
4-3, my ball.
You got lucky, sniped down, picked you up in matchmaking, and then you became better than a lot of players. And there were some seasons I feel like you never had a chance. Like I think you were on a team with Nanadel, right? At one point.
Yeah, you got lucky that you were good.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
you got
The Nanadel
you got
team
better.
was really good, by the way.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, I think you're a top 20 player. I think if we played now, you'd be a top 5 player. That's what I think.
Disrespect.
Were you ever? I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's a completely fair spot for
I was
Solace
the best
back in
player
prime
on my
Halo 4.
team in season 6. I definitely
Season
carried my team.
6. What was
I
season
definitely
6?
carried my team.
There was only
I
7
don't think-
seasons, right? Before the
1, 2, 3,
asterisk
4,
thing.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
I don't think.
When
I
we
don't.
went
I
to
don't
H-
think.
when we went to H4, H3, that's when I stopped counting any of those.
It's
'cause
season 6. Season 6 is the last true season, Gigi.
season 6, the last true one. Okay. then
I
yeah.
mean, you're competing against.
But it was
Gigi,
just
that's the season where you beat me in the ship with easy.
yeah. I mean, still, it to me like none of these ships matter just because of the bid league, the way it was set up. Like you could have gone farther. I think as a classic player, you would have gotten better faster with classic
True. I
teams
would have gotten better faster.
because you would have played with talented people faster. But I have you near here, 15, 16. You just came on too little, too late to be any higher for me. Now,
That's okay.
recency,
That too.
recency biased, you would have definitely been higher.
Oh, of course.
And the last thing I have to say, Jaden, is that Mystical Novice was on my team. However, he did not play a single game because his father did not let him stay up past 8 p.m.
Okay, I do believe
And
that.
that is why I got robbed that season. Just to quickly clarify.
Okay. Well, I do believe people get robbed all the time, especially back then.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's fine.
If you were you now, you'd be way higher.
True.
No disrespect. Now we're at Rage at 16.
All right. My 16 is Itays.
Okay.
Itays, again, late bloomer, but man, when he peaked, he was a tremendous pain in the ass for me to tank against. He did go on to win some on GGL, so he did prove that he was plenty capable of playing in games with the top talent in the league. And I think personally, I really struggled against killing him, so I might have a little bias towards how high I put him. But yeah, I got D-Taster.
There's a little bit of personal stuff you can include, like, oh man, that person is hard for me to kill. I have some of that on my list.
A lot of the list up top becomes stuff like court presence and players I just would not want to play against.
Facts. I feel bad now for leaving Itays off my list.
He came on really late. I don't blame you.
I didn't
he
struggle
didn't have
like Rage. He was easy for me to predict, kind of like you did that whole back jump thing that I'd always match with. Same thing for him. Like he was very, very easy for me to predict.
Not a lot of people. It wasn't really difficult to do that. I remember for a long time, I was just like, I accepted that Gingy was always going to kill me on my back jump, but 95% of the league didn't know how to do it, so I just never stopped.
Yeah,
it was fine. I accepted my fate.
I feel like he was the same kind of way. He accepted his fate a lot of the time, but he was. Don't get me wrong, Zinger is a fantastic player, and again, he's gonna be 25 to 30 or 20, to 15 in that range at any given day, just based on who you are.
There are a good number of players that are going to range very big on our lists because of either early peaks, late peaks, or just very high ceilings that we just didn't get to see long enough. And Itays was one of those players.
I mean, I knew I was probably in trouble when I saw Nanadel in honorable mentions, and I saw like D-Cleek. I didn't even put him on the list. I knew I was probably in trouble.
Okay, I mean, some of it, Gingy, is just your preference as a player. Rage and I, we like do it all kind of players like that. Maybe more so than you do, and that's just a preference.
I loved playing with him. I loved playing with those players if they were not like raging all the time.
All right. For my
What's going on
16th
over here?
pick, I have
No.
my 16th pick and my 15th pick are actually tied together.
Okay.
And I have a runner and a tank here.
Oh no, it's the puppies.
And
Howard couldn't make a
and I
decision. I can't believe it.
and I have the Impulse Brothers in Arms,
Oh
who put
no.
together a successful Halo 4 career, even if he didn't win. And I had Tonga at 16 and Infection at 15. And I truly believe that Infection was the reason that Impulse was good. I did not believe it was Tonga. I did not believe that. I respected Tonga's game, but I just have Infection as a superior player to Tonga. And that is why I have them in the order like this.
I can't even argue against it. It's just from like to my memory, I just remember having so much more admirance for Tonga than Infection as a player on my come
Infection,
up.
I think a lot of it carries over because Kid Tonga continued to win in Halo 5. Infection.
Well, I wasn't around for
I'm just
that,
gonna
but
slot. I'm just gonna slot him in here because we're talking about him. I had Tonga at 15.
okay.
Reason I have him here is strictly because as Halo 4 progressed, the runner position just rapidly became non-existent, and everyone turned into hybrids. For the most part, some people still never found their way to hold on to the ball. But after Crusader retired, there was basically very few pure runners left in the game, and the only one that was really worth truly remembering about is Tonga. Um, when you're talking about ball possession and how important that became at endgame Halo 4, where it was just a very well oiled team could just maintain ball possession for 40 minutes straight. I don't think there was anyone I felt more confident holding onto the ball than Tonga. In terms of like how much he held the ball and how many turnovers he gave up, it was just someone you could really depend on. But I'm not putting him any higher simply because I don't think he actually impacted the game to an extent that anyone else above him did. It was just a matter of it's just a very the safest pick you can play.
Everything he just said, I had Kid Tonga as my 15 as well.
Gingy, I want to hear Gingy's thoughts on Tonga as Gingy teamed with Tonga when him, Nets, Ace, Snipe, and Silent went like whatever 24-0, won GGL that season. I
Sure,
really want to hear Gingy's thoughts on this.
that was the huge league. That was 36-0, including playoffs. We didn't lose in playoffs. I don't think we gave up more than 2 goals, except for the ones we played on EU host. So we just dominated everything. And Ace, I remember Ace talking about it. Staying up late, having conversations with him. He was just a guy you never ever had to worry about. He was gonna take care of the bomb. He was gonna stay disciplined the whole game. Didn't matter how long it took. He wasn't gonna get bored. He wasn't gonna fuck around or lose focus. He was just locked in from the time he had the bomb to the time he put it in the fucking goal. And he was good at it. I mean, there was how many seasons he got runner of the seasons because he scored 60 goals, 70 goals, 80 goals. Nobody else was doing that. So
Yeah, I agree. He deserved a spot on this list, and he was
probably easily the best pure runner in Halo 4. Like almost unquestioned. Even over Crusader, because Crusader wasn't a pure runner, he was more of a hybrid. Even over Easy, because Easy had a better hammer and would take it out more often. It would honestly just tank with the bomb. Like they were different players. He was probably the best pure runner.
Best pure
Agree.
runner. Okay.
He was by the end of it, I called him the only pure runner.
Yeah, truly.
Because how many players could be pure runner, committed runners, and just be like, okay, that's fine, you can fit on the team. Otherwise, you would just be like, okay, well, really, a lot of people can hold the ball as well as you can. I'm just gonna get somebody who can also tank better. But
because of stats, because of the bid league, you were always spent more. Like people always spent more credits on tanks, so it was always thought that being a tank was more valuable. So if you were a better tank, even if you were a better runner than you were a tank, if you were still a viable tank, and the fourth on your team wasn't, you were thought to be more valuable as a tank than a runner. and give the fourth the ball. He could just throw it back if he's in trouble.
Yeah.
So in a league that undervalued runners, he said, fuck that. I could be more valuable as this. And he didn't have a bad hammer. It's not like he was useless on defense. He still was competent with a hammer, could get kills. He was a stat pattern reach. So, like, he had the dancing skills. He just ran. And he was very good and won in a hard division. So, I think he's easy 15, if not higher.
I was gonna say, is he
Wait,
your
what?
15 too?
No, he's not my 15.
Wait, easy's your 50?
Okay.
Oh, no, you're saying... Okay, never mind. I thought you said easy. Easy 15. That's what I thought you said.
Never disrespect my boy like that. Not in a million years.
Eastbrook's in my chat. He said, do you guys do H5 players? I wasn't around for that. Oh, wait, you said to ignore the chat.
We have not done H5. 15 is where I got weird. So 15 is where I was going to have that conversation where that 15 to 30, there are so many players. So I have a three-way tie here. And my three-way tie is right between Solace, Kemp, and Cannon.
Kemp? Get the fuck out of here, man.
Kemp. I saw you. That's
Wait, so are you putting 3 players in this same slot?
What's wrong with Kemp?
Solace,
I'm
Kemp,
just so
Cannon.
offended.
Wait,
Yeah, maybe. That's how I saw you.
Kemp, Solace, and Man Cannon?
Yep.
Okay,
But this was just to show like the split of the league. Like this was the shelf for me. 15 is this spot where like from here on, all of these players did something spectacularly. They ran, they won, they did something better than others. These guys right here, from this point down, were guys that did everything pretty damn well. Right? They were never the top runners in the league. They were never the top tanks in the league. They were just all very consistent role players. So that's why you're here, Solace. You were never the top tank in the league. You were never the top runner. Yes, you were maybe by the 6th season were the top player on your team, but
I
you
was the
weren't
best
winning.
sword, and that's why I don't think I deserve to be here. Just to be clarified. Just clarifying my point of view.
Okay,
Solace
you're
had
the
a
best.
nasty bullshit sword.
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't care about swords. I wasn't a runner.
you know what the best sword for me? Fearless 5. 5 tryhard.
That's a meme.
He had a good
But,
sword. All right.
He's
I'm
on-
surprised you had Kemp because I actually felt that Kemp was worse than any player listed on this entire sheet.
So I do overvalue Kemp. I always have. I always felt really bad for the teams he got on because he played with like Avianch and Alpha Turtle a lot. He played, he was just always on rough teams. He reminds
one
me
of
a
Saul's.
lot of he reminds me a lot of Forsaken Mango, man. Like he's just that guy who's smart. He could do a little bit of everything, and he didn't put a ton of time into the game. So,
I
like,
just
if he would have grinded like you, I think he would have been way better. He just didn't because he was miserable when he played.
like I don't know. I played a full season with Kemp, and I feel like I outperformed Kemp at every metric. Like even in season 3, I felt that way about Kemp, and I don't feel like Kemp was one of those players that got better the longer the game was out. I feel like Kemp did not get better. I feel like Kemp came in at a level, and because he didn't play like you said, I
He
feel
stayed
like
at that
he
level.
yeah he
But it
stayed
didn't
at that
matter
level.
how long he stayed away. He always came back at that level. Like he was just Mr. Consistent in my eye.
It's looking like his credit value went up. In season 3, he went for 90. In season 5, he's going for 200. His
Yeah,
teams are kind
it's-
of ass, though. He's on first strike every season for some
Yeah,
reason.
he got fucked, and it made it hard for him to care. I've talked to him a few times outside of the game. It wasn't a great time for him anyways because he had shit going on outside of the game, which limited how much time he could put into the game. But I feel like he fits that category of players, and I did want to mention him at some point because he was a very good. He was a bright light on a dark team or on a list of dark teams. So kind of his moment in the sun, I guess. But
All right.
that was just my point. Is like from 15 down to probably 30, all of these players were
It's a new thing.
very good at something.
I agree.
All right, who's your 14?
Shadow S16.
Ooh, shit. Some are going to like that.
I mean,
I predicted
gonna
you
be
left
a lot
Shadow
of-
off. I predicted him. You're going to leave him off.
there was going to be a lot of people who have him near the top because he won. It's the fucking bid
Whoa.
league. It's the fucking bid league. He never had top CCV. Again, how many ships does Ace have? How many ships did I have? How many ships did Didge and Sab and Easy have combined compared to him? I think it's the same, right? Which is wild that I'm putting him at 14 and I can say that. It's the bid league. It's not fair. It's meant to hold top talent down to other people's level. That's the whole fucking point of the system. So a guy like Shadow, who is that 15 to whatever player, benefits his dick off because he can go for 170 credits, even as a captain, and still afford Ace or Rage and Silent Shadow, or Rage and Nets, like just crazy combos of players because he's not that expensive. I really upset
And
Saul.
there goes Sauce.
I made him so mad.
He's like, you don't respect your
So,
elders, bro.
I can't.
I don't really want to talk about him all that much because I know we're going to talk about him later because we're going to have him
Souls
higher.
left?
But I mean, I understand why you'd put him lower because it's like he was never the guy who was gonna go plus 30 on you and wipe you out. I mean, he did that before, but he was not gonna be that consistent player. He would go massive positive and kind of carry the team. It was
No,
always a team that
he was
you
negative
always
every
found
season.
is really built teams appropriately, but in terms of just that X factor, the defense, the playmaking, the leadership, he was like one of the perfect leaders you could ask for on a team. And I mean, he was again another one of those jack of all trades. And of course, I put a lot of weight on
Winning.
winning and just being a part of changing the way that the game was played. He was one of the centerpieces of it. So
Watching all kind of thing. Gotcha.
yeah.
My argument against him will and forever be take every team he played on, right? Now drop in Nets, drop in Easy, drop in Cruise, drop in any of the top 10 talent in Griffball at the time, and it's still a guaranteed ship, right? Like he had stacked teams. He was super, super smart in the way he did the business side of shit and the numbers side of shit and the manipulation of people. So it was always really like almost felt like it was fed to him at times. Like the playing with Crusader and Rage, your first 2 seasons. Oh my god, that would have been awesome. That would have been so much fun.
I'm looking at all of his teams, and all his teams are like, yeah.
They're
Yeah.
insane. They're insane. And then he went from Crusader and Rage to like Nets Pride, and then he had his own team where he's picking up really good talent. So it's just
He was never alone.
ever. And if I would have saw it, or maybe if I would have came from the H3 days, or maybe if I would have came from the H3 days and been able to see him in his prime and when he was really dominating teams himself instead
Hello.
of as a player.
I'm glad you joined back, bro.
I'm looking at the spreadsheet. I see that IX Gingy has ranked Shadow as 16 at number 14.
Oh no, we have to bring it all back.
I just would like to say that my problem with Gingy's evaluation of players is that he ranks tanking way too heavily. And like it's just my opinion. It's okay. You might think I'm wrong. That's fine. It's our own list. I just think that tanking in Halo 4 is vastly underrated. Not underrated. I mean overrated. Sorry. I think tanking is overrated, and in fact, I think Shadow was one of the better tanks, even if he died 15 straight lives.
If I was ranking Shadow 14 based off of his tanking preference, then I would be worried. I'm not ranking Shadow 14 based off his tanking preference. I'm ranking him that way because he won a lot.
I think
Like-
Shadow is better than Sab.
Okay, anyway, my number 14. My number 14.
It's coming up.
I had the piggies. I had the piggies number 14. Which same reason Gingy put her so low. Just like Shadow, she was on really good teams. If you look at her graph, it's like bottom and then boosh right to the top. And she was good. I enjoyed playing with her. Became an integral part of the community in a very short amount of time. Shout out to Snipe Down, who may or may not be on my list later. Yeah, I think 14 is reasonable for Pig.
Yep. You know what I think?
What?
I think she's 14 too.
Oh, hell yeah.
You guys
Base.
do your best together. You guys are naughty. Come on.
So
What did Piggies
guys-
not do good?
You guys did this
Piggies
one.
was just one of those.
I had Piggies even higher.
She was very good. I don't ever.
She was
disagree.
very good. She was a fantastic all-around player. And for someone to come into the league immediately, she never crumbled under the pressure either. She was always granted she did not have to be the one or the two very often. So she didn't really have a whole lot of that pressure. But
She was
there are
well
still those
insulated.
players who come in and choke as a third or the fourth. You really never had to worry about Piggy's choking.
Yeah,
She was never in danger of being you're right, like an escape laser kind of thing. Like that was never her role, right? She was never that. She was always so talented that like same routine ritual thing. Like he gets on a protein for 10, he's going to the ship because he's just that good, kind of thing. But
so
it's-
I'm okay with Piggy where she is here because, like I said, I think Piggy was a winner. I think Piggy did everything at a high level, and I think Piggy being the best player on the Mango Cannon Piggy team really
You put,
really did it for me.
you carry that high in value. That's fine. That
he likes that.
I mean, if you take out if that season does not happen, I think all three of those players drop on my list significantly.
yeah.
That
And
was one hell of a season for them.
honestly, I can't believe I put Piggies over Tonga, but I guess I did. So whatever.
They were a great chemistry team too. I remember scrimming against them. They just fucking they meshed really well.
Well, that's the other thing about Piggies. What kind of lineup would she not mesh well with? She was
again,
literally the plug in and
her and Shadow in my eyes were the same level of like same type of person, same player. Like they weren't the best tank, they weren't the best runner. They were great at defense, they were great at awareness, they were great at chemistry. So like when the team got down and was losing, they would always have something to say that would take your mind off of it. Like when's the last time you've been stuck to a bottomless chair and had your grundle violently assaulted, right? They would always take your mind off the game to the point where it was like easy to not to get flustered, right? So I've played with them both. I've been on the court with them both and in games with them both. They're both fantastic players. I just took this list as an all-time skill list. And yes, a lot of that has to do with being able to kill shit and tank, but that is a skill that's not everybody can do. And so winning because of it was the bid league took a back seat. Now I still count all of the GGL shit when teams were classic and she did win in that. So like I took that, which is why she made my list at 17. But I take way more stock in like the classic league stuff than I do the bid league stuff and individual performances within the bid league more so than the wins within the bid league.
All right. Oh, who's your 14?
That was a good
My
explanation,
number
Gigi.
14 was this guy was really only ever good at one thing, and he was elite at this one thing. And he never made noise in the playoffs, but this man would go out there from season to season and drop the 1.4 KD.
Curse
And
Lacy.
this is Infinite Rain.
Infinite Rain at
Um,
14. Okay.
And I could not put Infinite Rain higher on this list simply because he was only really great at one thing. And in fact, the difference between Infinite Rain and Piggies is that Piggies could fit on any and every team. And the reason that I have Piggies higher on this list is because Infinite Rain needed a certain supporting cast around him to be great.
Rain could fit on any and every e-girl in the league.
You are right about that, but Rain could not fit in any and every team. And I felt like when you drafted Rain, you had to be a tanking heavy team. Like you were not able to be a
That's true.
playmaking passing team.
I love that this is where you put him. I think you're right. I definitely think you're right with the scheme fit thing. He needed, for one, he needed Rose or whoever his girlfriend was at the time as your fourth, right? So there
Yes.
was always a stipulation when picking him, which made a lot of teams stay away from him in the first place. Because who wants a couple on your team? That just makes shit awkward, especially
Yep.
because there was always drama surrounding him. But as far as skill wise, he was a great tank, and he took his dominant tanking into Halo 5 with him. Like, if you remember him from Halo 5, he was not that player in H4.
No, he truly ascended in Halo 5, and I will give him respect for that. But in Halo 4, he was not fully formed.
Correct.
My chat's
you know
going
what I think
crazy
a
about
good-
this pick.
And I think you know what a good NBA analogy for me with Rain is he is Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah.
He was incredible at the one thing that he was very good at. You could always build a team around that. I think he honestly screwed himself more the way he tried to build teams around him, as much as anyone, because he did basically build, like you said, he built a team that allowed him to be the lead tank and just chill at midcourt and just stack up that KD. He gave way too much shit about his stats, than probably anybody. Had you paired him with some other players, I think he could have accomplished a whole lot more. But he had his thing. He was a good tank. He was a great tank. You can always trust him to carry a tanking line as good as anyone in the league. I have him higher.
I do as well.
Sorry. My number 13 pick here is he wasn't around for a long time, but when this man peaked, he peaked the highest, probably in Halo 4. And I had Love Saints right here
Ooh,
at number
okay.
13 because when Saints peaked, he was the best player on the court. And I think even though he didn't get to stick around and play for a long time because he's an idiot, I think that being the best player on your team and maybe in the season at the time is a big deal.
It is an absolute shame that Saints got himself banned and did not get to play, especially the timing of it. Because what I do love about the Halo 4 lore is that there are a lot of different stories of players who started low and then progressively got better. And as you said, I think his credit value went from like 110 to 220 to 400 in back-to-back seasons. Yeah, he went from
I had him
okay
in the first,
player to top tier very, very quickly, and
I,
yeah,
I
his
had him in the
ceiling was
first season.
crazy.
I had him in the first season. That dude won every tip off. Like I don't know if he just spawned first or what, but he got first strike.
Oh,
He got so many pro runs.
he
Like
was
that's
so good at tip off.
that's honestly what made us so good. He was barely going positive, so he was already on the right tanking path. He is on my list. He is higher than 13 for me, but he is definitely. Again, I took straight skill. He was a madman when he was playing.
Mm-hmm.
So
And we know that it was not just a flash in the pan because come Halo 5, that man was arguably the best player in the game.
he is what Lux is now, right? Like he's just that weird player who does kind of whatever the fuck he wants and can get away with it,
That's
right?
an insane compliment to Lux right now.
That's what I think it is.
I'll take it. I appreciate it. I think Saints below
Yes.
15 is wrong. I think he should be above 15. I'm fine with him here.
Honestly,
Who has him below 15?
Nobody.
be
I'm
in
just
every-
saying he should be above 15.
Oh, okay.
he should be in everybody's top 10, but he won't be just because of playtime.
Yeah,
Yeah,
realistically, we only
I
got
did
like
take
what,
playtime
one
into
and a
account.
half seasons, like one AGLA season, and maybe one or two GGL seasons of him in true form. There was just not enough time.
He carried Gentinks in Classic League by himself.
Yeah,
like that says enough, you know? Every other player on that team was an AMI player. And yet he was still beating notable teams. So
Up next, we got Rage. Oh, you want to keep going, Gingy? Sorry.
no, go ahead.
Okay, we'll get back to him.
Okay, so at my 13, I've got my boy Salas. Talked about Salas before. Nasty sword, great all-around player, ops and defender. We should have won a ship together, but we got robbed. I keep him above Piggies because I feel like from a tanking perspective, he was stronger. I felt a lot more confident with Salas tanking alongside me than I would with Piggies by my side. And defensively, he was fantastic. And another one of those players that you really just don't have. There wasn't really a weak point in the game. So, yeah, it's my boy Salas.
Yeah, Solids for me is the same thing. I had him above Piggies because his sword work. He was a better tank than Piggies. So he had two peaks that were higher than hers, and everything else was the same. You're both great at positioning. I have you as like an infection light. You were a slow tank who liked to back up more than other tanks, but you
I
were
did like
also
to back up back then.
you were also capable of coming forward when you needed to. So you weren't infection esque, right? In that regard. But I think 13 to 15 is where you
Yeah, I
should.
agree with that. That's what I thought when I was doing this. I was like, I think I could fall. I thought I could fall anywhere from 12 to 16, to be honest. I was like, somewhere in that range is about right for me.
Yep.
Okay. For 13, I had what Salas put. I had Saints. I had Saints on my list. Longevity, like we just said, but very skillful. I wish I would have got to play it more, to be honest. I played him back when he was Mr. Saints 98. And I think before that he was Mr. King Saint 10 or something like that. But
Ink Saints or whatever.
yeah, I think that was his
Yeah,
gamer
kinda like,
tag, or maybe that was someone else. I don't know.
kind of how like it's unfortunate that you were too young to really thrive in prime Halo 4. It was a shame that Saints wasn't mature enough in the Halo 4 years. Um,
I mean,
I don't
whole-
actually know how much he's changed.
Oh my god,
whole
Taste is in my chat. Holy shit, what's up?
He's still he posts some weird shit in
He's still on some bullshit.
Saints. So it was just one of those things where it's product of his environment, unfortunately. So, my 13
Mhm.
is the E-Boy Deluxe Infinite Rain. Again,
It's a good place for him, then. No fault.
it is, and honestly, my next we're kind of on the wavelengths here because my Infinite followed up by Saints for me as well. He's my 12.
There you go.
Again, both of them fantastic tanks. Saints was a fantastic hybrid. Rain needs to go after girls in real life. They make bars, they make social gatherings. Join a fucking knitting club. Go meet people
He-
in public. You fucking weirdo. Stop going.
He's a
I
chef.
I hate how everybody's shut in this society. It's all about who you meet online. Like, go out and meet people. Like, interact with your society.
I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this rant.
Base take. I'll be
This is
honest,
pretty cool.
base take. Nothing wrong with
That's
that.
I just touch grass every once in a while, folks. It's just a reminder. You don't have to, but it's good for you. It's good for you.
Don't turn this
depression-
podcast off though.
That depression goes away if you touch grass every now and again. I promise. But
Just make sure you're playing this
Yeah.
podcast while you're touching it.
Saints was a product of his home environment. I fear, I don't know all the stories. I don't have all the answers, but obviously you don't have that kind of attitude without some shit going on in your life. Ray needed to stay away from e-girls and pick with his head and not his dick, and he would have been, I think, fine because he showed that he could be a winner in Halo 5. But yeah, on to Saints 12.
Oh shit, this is me, huh? Right back to me. Okay. My number 12. Let me look here. Okay. My number 12 was Shadow S16. For the same reasons Gingy said. However, if you ask me like back when I was like 9, I would probably put Shadow top 3 because I loved the way he played. However, when I did my list recently and I looked at the teams he was on, I'm not saying anything new here, but he was going to win some of these.
I
I realized
expected this from you.
I realize I am in the minority putting Shadow so low. I realize that everybody takes a lot of stock in the wins and in the person. Again, based off your thumbs and the ability on the sticks, how good your peaks were. If you were put into my shoes, if you were a 450 credit player, could you go onto that team and take it to playoffs? Yes or no? Right? Like that's what I was thinking when I graded people. But I do agree he was a winner. He was great. Rage.
Number 12.
Okay. Number 12. I got Saints here, and we've been discussing Saints quite a bit.
Yeah.
So we don't have to talk too much about it. But I mean, look where we got him. We got him 12, 13. We got him 12 and 13. We all have very similar opinions.
I'm very happy. I'm very happy because I was expecting you guys to put Saints at like top 5, and I was going to look stupid.
No,
But
it's
I'm
fine.
glad I remember
No.
correctly.
He could have
It's fine.
been.
This is a very good cutoff because I think we're gonna start getting a lot of the same players for
Exactly.
the rest of these rankings very consistently. Like Saints is like the point where he was so much better than everyone else at his peak below him, but we can't put him any higher just because he did not play enough at that level.
See, I'm a little nervous for my top 10. I'm feeling like I forgot somebody because I have a couple people in your guys' lower half way higher.
Well, hold on. You didn't rank yourself, did you?
No, I did not.
I also did not rank myself. Yeah.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to rank yourself.
Yeah. So we've been talking about Saints a lot. We've been talking about Rain a lot. I'm gonna bring up another easiest pie gamer, perhaps the most prolific easiest pie gamer. Um, and Silva didn't win shit in AGLA, but I thought Silva was a complete player. I thought Silva was consistently the best player on his team. I thought Silva was like a 5.5% better version of Piggies.
Wait, so why do you have
I
Piggies
think-
below?
Piggies is coming up, but Piggies won way more than Silva ever did in
Okay.
terms of high pressure
Okay.
games, in terms of team success.
Got you.
I think that's right. I think that represents Silva pretty accurately. I think Silva is the kind of player that I think people rank Shadow as, right? Like they rank Shadow as a better player that performs statistically like a Silva with that many goals and that many, kills and that many multi kills and that many KD and that many takeaways. Like that's how I preview people seeing Shadow is with those kind of stats. As high as they rank Shadow, but Silva's that guy. He's consistent. He didn't win a lot until you went to GGL, and then I feel like he won a couple.
Yeah, he
Right?
won sparingly. Yeah.
He won like 2 or 3, which is
Yeah, I would say a couple.
fantastic. Especially when you're doing a classic league with guys like Ace in the mix, Sab in the mix. So I feel like of the Silva Shadow duo of old, he was the better of the two and the more consistent of the two. He didn't win as much, but I'm just talking about as an individual, he was a great player.
Someone put him on the Mount Rushmore Griffball with how much he's played.
Well, I mean, consider this is technically past his prime. I mean, he and his time in Halo 3 and Halo Reach are a completely different story. You go on that Champions page, I think he's got like 5 of each or something insane. So I mean, we're talking about a player who it was past his prime, but was still very good at this game. He's just a naturally good Griffball player.
In Reach, he did nothing but win, right? And then he won early in Halo 4, right when it came out. I think Easy's Pie won right away.
I think that's true.
Yeah, he won that first season with the 3-second respawn, long ass, excessively long games.
Right. So, I mean, they won right away, and then, then we went to bid league. So we don't know, but
I respect Silva a lot because I feel like Silva was phenomenal actually not even almost, but the whole time in Halo 4. Like I feel like Silva never had a bad season. I felt like he was consistent the entire time, and I feel like I ranked him as such. That's why I have him higher than Saints.
I have more respect for Silva now than I ever did, because now I feel like he does, where I'm uninterested in the game. I don't have the motivation, and yet you still have to come in and perform somehow, and he did, right? He was all those things. He wasn't very interested in the game. He was always busy, and yet he still showed up and was successful. And
That's a good way to put it.
I think that goes to repetition. So I have more respect for Silva now than I ever did, but you're right in all those topics or all those comments. He's well deserving.
Before we go on, Taste is in my chat. Gingy, he wants to know why you have 3 players at number 15. He missed that part.
What? You just told him in chat.
Because he's a coward and he can't make a decision.
I can. I'm indecisive. You're there too. 15 and down. E-Taste. You could put your name there too. Might as well make it 4. Just expand it. Sorry, Zinger.
I don't think it'll fit.
Frogs a dozen players.
You can't talk your way into a spot in the list. That's not how this works.
There could be 30 people below that 15 mark. This shouldn't be to 20. It should be to like 35. Because that 15 to 30 it could be a washboard of different names in there. So
Note for next time. Solid's to number 11.
What? Is it my turn? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, it is my turn.
Yeah.
Snake.
All right.
Snake.
So I have this player high up on my list because I respected them. And I truly believed that they were just a smidge more of a winning player than Silva, and that is Piggies.
Dub pick.
The
And
Piggies.
we've talked about this a lot, but basically, I don't feel like there was a difference between Silva and Piggies as a player. I have Piggies higher
Mm.
because Piggies won, and Piggies. Let me be clear: in the AGLA, she won as basically a fourth twice, and then as a first, or she lost in the ship as a first. But in the GGL, Piggies was dominant. Like Piggies could play in any series versus anyone.
Yeah, she had 2 or 3 GGLs as well.
Yeah, like when
Plug and
she
play.
played with Watchinaw, Xbox Record That, and the likes
Again,
of that, I don't feel
you're
like
playing with
she
top.
lost that.
Obviously, you're winning in the GGL. You're playing with top talent. So she was the third or fourth on those teams, but I agree. Great player.
I just feel like I would take Silva over Piggies if I had to like draft a player like every single time. But if you're putting winning over that much, I guess then yeah.
I think the end of Halo 4, I would take Piggies over Silva.
I was gone for MCC.
But
And I'm not really
I'll
talking
tell you
about
what,
that.
Jaden.
I'm just talking about the end.
I agree with you there because I do have Silva at my 11, a few spots over Pigs.
Okay.
We kind of just discussed them, but just a naturally good griffball player. Honestly, between here and like probably the spot 6, these are pretty interchangeable players for the most part. But when it came to just like the X factor and just finding ways to win games, I just think the players I have above Silva just did it a little bit better than he did. He had some real stinker seasons in the bid league. But like you said, it's bid league. It's not always his fault, but yeah, the winning just wasn't quite there, unlike most of the rest of these players. So that's the size I'm putting him.
I have Silva at 11 too.
I would just like to say about Silva is that if Silva's friends from Halo Reach were as good as they were at Reach at 4, he would have won way more. But unfortunately, the game changed and they were not.
Sprint era,
That's my
baby.
last Silva stand.
they were awful. Yeah. Are you talking about like T Rich?
Taylor
Yeah,
Cameron's
T
good.
Rich, Thumi, Pie, like those guys.
Determined came back. So honorable mention again. Determined didn't make my list here, but again, he played 1, maybe 2 seasons. Was very good, but then disappeared in everything else. So
his tanking numbers are always very good, but he never truly adapted to the passing aspect of the game. And
He never sprinted.
He'd rather just not play than do that.
right.
Which is fine.
But my 11 and my 10 have already both been discussed. At 11, I have Infection, one of the top 5 tanks in this game of all time. Dude, it was just a brick wall. Playing with him as an aggressive tank made the game ridiculously easy. I could just walk through people who were staring at him. It was so much fun. And he was probably the hardest person in my griffball career during Halo 4 for me to kill. At number 10, I have his predecessor, Tonga. The best pure runner.
Tonga makes the top 10.
Makes the
Top
top
10.
10. He makes the top 10 as the best pure runner in griffball. He was just, I mean, he was the best at it. So he's deserving.
All right. My number 10. So when I got to the top 10, I had to consider, well, how many seasons did they play? All these players were good. When I think of their name, when I think of their gamer tag, do I think of Halo 4? And this is probably going to be the most controversial pick on my list. Probably.
Shit. You're not gonna put him here, are you?
I put Digital Paint number 10.
Oh,
That's
okay.
disrespectful.
That's just as egregious as what.
That's egregious.
I put Digital Paint at number 10 because the 9 players above him, I think represented Halo 4 better. And Also, one more. I know Digital want to ship.
Yeah. Again, individual skill as opposed to winning for me. I have him a lot higher. He's a stud.
I don't remember playing him much in Halo 4 anyway.
He's definitely top 10.
When
Although
when
I
I
will
think
say
of Dig, I
he
just
had
think
negative
of like
games. He did have negative games in Halo 4 often, but then he had really positive ones. So I don't know.
He's also like Infection, of how passive he is, and from what I remember, I don't remember him adapting to passing that quickly, but I could be wrong about that.
He won in
Well,
season 3. That's disrespectful.
Yeah, but didn't he have a stacked team?
I mean, he
Well,
had
it's a stacked team
easy.
because he was the best on
Hit
it.
easy and man cannon.
Yeah, it was a solid team, but at the heart of it, it was a digital paint.
I mean,
we're talking
yeah.
about a player who, you would say he's a pure tank, but I mean, he was comfortable with the ball and his playmaking and his defense. You could call him a hybrid, but I mean, in terms of tanking, he was about as good as it got.
Top 5.
I mean, he was Gingy.
Yeah.
It was like Gingy, Silent, Digital, like in no order.
I
Really?
I would take all these players above him if I had to pick a Halo 4 team.
Okay.
Digital's a monster.
Disrespectful, to be
It's your
honest.
opinion, but you're wrong.
Yeah, disrespectful. Yeah, but it's cool.
Yeah. Your feelings matter, but they're wrong.
They are wrong because you were like 9, but it's cool.
Yeah, it's fine.
I mean,
It's okay, Rage. Who you got?
At number 10, I've got Nets Pride.
What?
Digital is not better than Nets Pride. I don't know how you could say that.
Digital is way better than Nets. What?
Digital is so much better than Nets.
Dude, Digital is like in another dimension, bro.
Digital played Halo 4 in the modern era, and he was awful. I don't know why you guys are forgetting that.
Nets was awful too. Stop. Don't act like he wasn't.
Nets was incredible. What are we talking about?
Nets was
Nets was
incredible,
great.
but Digital is way better than Nets.
Nets is Shadow S16 with the winning, but as actually a good player.
I
Like,
think
he's
Shadow is better than Nets.
Oh my god, you put Shadow above Nets?
Wild.
Hold on,
Oh.
because look at this. We have a lot of players here. We have them like Piggies
Oh.
and Ken and all these players.
We scrambled these 10.
Like these jack of all trades players. Nets is like if like you take that person who's just like really good at everything. He was like the definitive hybrid of Halo 4.
Do you need him
This game fit him so perfect.
Do you need him to get the most kills on your team? Check. Do you need him to get the most goals on your team? Check. Do you need him to get the most takeaways on your team? Check. He'll just fucking do it.
The one thing he would not do. He should not be your lead tank though.
No,
was
but he
not
gets
where
an
he excelled.
insane amount of kills. The dude was
he could definitely get his kills.
He was
He was
challenging
definitely
me
not-
for multi-kill of the year leader every year.
So yeah, I agree with that, Gingy, and I think the single best thing about Nets Pride as a player was that this guy's double kill rate was insane. Like he's gonna get 1 kill and he's gonna mutual the next one. And
It's
in
hit
Halo 4,
every
that is
time.
such a good skill to have.
Any grip ball.
He was insane at this shit. Like he would get 1 kill and you could not get a clean kill on him. It felt like he was getting another mutual 100% of the time, and that was what he was the best at.
He was definitely the best at switching out that sword and trading with you. If you were ever in range, he was like a guaranteed trade. He was such a pain in the ass about it.
What you guys don't remember about Nets is he was the original sit at midcourt and pick the ball off guy. He was the original jump up, pick it out of the air by hammer jumping guy. He was the guy who you had, like, if you had anybody going around, Nets Pride was on him, and you didn't even have to fucking look because he was gonna get mutualed at worst. Like, playing with Nets was one of the top 5 teammates of my Griffball career. He's not only a great vibe, he's not only a great hang, a great dude. He's an incredible teammate.
Do you want me to say something? Nets is the hardest person for me to kill in Halo 4.
That's wild. He's not hard to kill, but he is so good at
He was so hard for me to kill. I actually think him at 10 is worse than Digital at 10 because I just looked at some old stats and I'm looking at Digital.
Digital is better than Nets, but the damn 10 is disrespectful for him. And coming from Rage, that surprises me.
I wonder if somebody forgot somebody.
I think there's a bit of it because if I think of someone who's like a parallel to me, I probably put Nets alongside there, and I think I'd put myself probably around there.
Yeah, so I'm gonna shock the world with this pick.
Oh god.
Recency bias is incredible with this man. but I will be 1000% honest. In the NJLA bid league series, this man was never a threat. I beat his ass every single time I saw him, and
Who is it?
he was really phenomenal in GGL. He was phenomenal. Do I believe he was the best player on his team? I do not.
You better
And that
not
is
say
why
that.
I have him at number 10, and that is Sabosaurus Rex.
Yo,
Oh
you
no, bro.
get out!
Oh, I sorry,
Get
there.
Sab
I'm
was
out!
sorry, Sab.
not Sab was not that great at Halo
He
4.
made the Hall
And
of
that
Fame.
and that is why I have him at number 10 because there are 9 players
He
better
won
than him.
the most hybrid of the season awards, and it was fucking named after Silva.
Sab.
Okay. I don't believe Sab was all that great at Halo 4. I
Oh
don't
my
believe the difference between
god.
Sab and Silva is all that high.
No.
And that is why I have them in similar places on the list.
Sab played the playmaking Halo 4 game way better than Silva ever did. And I have a sentence. I said this last time we talked. I have a sentence that can explain why I have Sab so high and why him at 10 is wrong. And I'll say it when we get to him. Or maybe I can say it now. But
Having any of these three players at the 10th rated player, and I mean Digital, Nets, or Sab,
Listen,
it's wild. I consider
I
them all better than me. All of them. All three.
I
of them.
beat Sab's ass
Yeah.
every time I saw him in AGLA, and when I was 14 years old, that meant something to me.
In the AGLA, you were playing in the mid league, and he was on
Yeah.
terrible teams because he was going for 400 credits. He was in the same boat I was. It was impossible.
I mean, go back, Jaden. You were just on what season were you on? He teams with Viper, Tonga,
there,
and who?
okay, there is a team where I'm surprised he didn't win. It was the one where Godless quit on you, Gingy. He had Viper and Tonga, and I don't know who his fourth was. Maybe that's why. But every other team he was on was like, there's no way he's winning this. I mean, look at this one.
I mean, I have to be honest here. He should have beat Rage and I.
He went
in
for more than
season
Ace.
4. We were the ultimate underdogs, and we came in there and actually I don't know if he was on that team, but we Donald dunked his ass.
I played on him and won 2 GGL ships with natural selection.
Yeah, we beat Fordo's ass, bro.
I mean, I don't know. What is this
They had
team?
Thunder
Sab,
and Mango.
Mango,
They
and
had
Sab,
Thunder and
Mango,
Mango.
and Thunder. Yeah, and you
Thunder
had
was really good, by the way.
D-Cleek, Ice Cards, and Rage.
What are you talking about? That was a fair matchup back then, bro.
I mean, I'm looking back at the Watch and Oz seasons, and I'm thinking Sab's the best player on those teams.
Sab-
stacked ass fucking roster.
No, Crusader is the best watch.
Sab
and
inspired me.
I will die on that hill.
He's the most Crusader will tell you Sab was the best player.
I know he will,
That
but I
is the
don't
sentence I was
agree
going to
with
say. He is my favorite player's favorite player. That is what I was going to say. He is my favorite player's favorite player. I don't know how you have him at 10.
He is.
I don't know how you have digital at 10, but here we are, motherfucker.
Dude, Sab over Dig all day in Halo 4. Any other game, no.
No.
Digital smacks him around in any other game.
That is the same thing as saying Digital is 10. That is the same thing as saying Nets is 10. You're all wrong in the worst way, and I'm so terrified because I must have forgot somebody, or I'm way undervaluing somebody because
Well,
holy shit.
I'll be totally honest. I'm kind of regretting my. I kind of want to switch my 9 and 10 right now.
Well, it is my number 9 pick, and I have a very peculiar player here, a member of ARC. This man, had he stuck around, he would have defined an era. But I don't believe he needed to stick around to define the era. And I have I snipe you down in this number 9 category.
Yep.
I forgot Easy was on that one.
Because Snipe was a top 5 tank
Monster.
in his time, a top 5 tank, a capable hybrid, and this man understood how to win in the bid league before anyone else.
Yeah, by getting matchmaking kids out and grooming them.
Exactly.
Snipe down to this day, if I ask him about early H4, he thinks that Silva and that Shadow and that everybody who came up with the bid league are the biggest cowards in ever, because they
Sounds like
saw
somebody would say.
they saw that me, Ace Be Silent, and Snipe Down were going to be 3 tanks on the same team, and Kid Tonga was going to be our runner, and they were never going to win again. And I don't know if he was wrong, because Ace was the best in the game. Snipe Down was probably, I mean, we were top 3 tanks at the time.
Absolutely.
We were dominating everything. He was fucking incredible. Like he didn't play enough. That is for sure. And if he played more, he would have been second only to Ace in my eyes.
No, I'm with you on that. If you go back and look at those early bid league seasons, we all know that we're probably gonna put Ace at number 1. But if you go back and look at all those numbers, literally right next to him on KD and all that stuff, it is sniped down, keeping up with him the entire way.
Yeah.
This man was such a monster, and
Animal.
he's a really smart dude. The longer that he would have played, only the better he would have gotten.
Yeah. Yeah, his biggest
When we talk about players who had a peak with a short period of time, I mean, he's
He
about as
was.
good as it gets.
And he was smart, right? Because he knew that the bid league was designed to keep him down and that CCVs would fuck him, and he didn't want to deal with it, so he left right away.
Wow, a trendsetter. Oh my god.
Like he tried to get me to leave with him because CCVs were gonna fuck us, and he wanted to stay with Classic because we had Arc formed, and we just went 36-0, and there was no way we were gonna lose, right? In his eyes. And early H4, I don't know if we would have lost much, but like he was so pissed at that whole thing happening. The only reason he stuck around is because he's like, I get to be a captain against Mom's Taco, and we're the same value. So basically, I'm a free player, and I have as many credits as him. I'm just gonna go get Ace and win everything. And he was right. I mean, he didn't win everything because he didn't know Crusader was gonna get Shadow and Rage Murdered, and Piggies or Killers.
He stole piggies, but
Right. Because Fortuel thinks about her while he's in bed or something.
whatever's
I
going
stay
on.
up
Alright.
at night, staring at the ceiling, thinking of the pig.
Yeah.
Who do you have for 9, Brian?
This is where I put Rain. I kind of want to put Nets here now, but and when it comes
Really?
when it comes to just pure
Skill.
tanking, man, Rain was the kind of player where you could just stuff him on a roster and then just fill out any other player that you wanted, and you know you were gonna get your tanking goals. You were gonna have a very secure tanking line. Like I said, he's a Carmelo Anthony of Griffball, and I don't know there's anyone that just represented lead tank quite as much as Rain did.
He was gonna fill that stat sheet, that's for damn sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely. If he was better about roster construction, he definitely would have won more. And yeah,
If he would have went
He
to the
was ki- he was-
pool, if he would have went to the pool more, he would have won more. Him being a
Probably, yeah.
captain was never the answer for him.
he'd
Him
probably he'd probably be the highest bid player after Ace every season.
in I wish that Rain had teamed with Gingy sooner in Halo 4's lifespan. Like I don't think he started playing GGL with you until like the very end, like you and Easy until the very end.
Suit and tie, yeah.
Yeah. And I
Never
think
played
They
it
won
would
the
be
Griff Cup.
different.
They won the Griff Cup, whatever that was.
Yeah, we won. It was me. Was it me, Ace?
It was you, Easy, Rain, and
Digital. We had digital.
Digital. Yeah, I think you had
was
Digital.
absurd, bro. By the way,
Digital
Busted
went.
squad.
Digital went negative 44 in that ship game against Sab, Crusader, Rage, and who was your
Mm.
fourth?
He went negative what?
Sab. Probably Sab.
Because listen, I put Digital there for another reason.
Sab.
Watching up.
It was Sab, Crusader, you, and Shadow. That's right.
Yeah.
And we had
All I remember, honestly,
Okay,
like
I'll
the
go
thing I
find it.
remember most about that
We were up
tournament is that
4-1 and we
fucking
came
Wraith
back.
court.
Oh yeah.
How about Garen flying under you 20 miles per hour? Hey, how you doing?
oh, the
God,
Wraith
dude.
court sucked, bro.
Yeah, because it would run under you. You would see the giant red thing on your radar, and then you would just start dropping frames. And it's just
It was
like, oh
great.
my god, please get the hell away
That
from me.
motherfucker lived under me because Easy was in my back pocket the whole game, and so Easy was just like, he basically stayed on the runner or right behind him. So that motherfucking thing was parked under my ass cheeks the whole series. It took me so long to get used to the lag.
These videos were so
It's
cool.
such a-
These videos
it's
were
such a
so cool.
shame because it was such a creative idea too. It was such a great idea
it was-
for stream. It's just unfortunate that it was not good for performance.
And it didn't work out. I mean, now our PCs would crush it, but we were on Xbox, so
True.
they weren't ready for it.
Yeah.
Our PCs would handle that like it was fucking nothing. I wish they made Halo 5 backwards compatible because then we could go back on PC and play that shit. I don't know why they haven't done that yet. Besides
Jaden,
that torch thing.
Is it my
who
turn?
do you have at number 9?
I have Infinite Rain as well. Great tank, hard to fit into some playmaking teams. Very hard for me to kill. He's fine there. And also proved him. I know Halo 5 is a different game, but I mean, apparently he was like the best in Halo 5 or one of the best, so it wasn't a fluke, clearly.
He was a monster in Halo 5.
Okay, number 9,
He
Gingy.
was great at Halo 5. Number 9 for me is Rage.
Rage more nerd at 9.
I personally didn't have many fits against you, but you won a lot in this league on some great teams. You were always there in the GGL. Like, statistically, you did a little bit of everything. So it was just really simple for me to put you here. You're always a top
Thanks,
10
buddy.
player, especially in community shit. So, community polls.
You have number 8 too, Gingy.
Nobody else wants to say anything about Rage? All right,
Oh,
fuck
I
it.
well, I have Rage coming up. I was just
Okay.
gonna save my shit.
All right.
Yeah.
Number
I'll-
8 for me is
I'll let you know.
Silva. Same thing.
Oof.
Statistically, filled the stat sheet every season, winning again. Bid league, I take a little bit, and he was captain too, so that hits him. If I was gonna take winning into account, it hits him really hard. But as an individual, he was a very, very fucking consistent player, and nobody could take that away from him. So he's my number 8.
I think Silva above Rage is something to be talked about later.
I think so.
Or in a moment.
Yeah, in a moment. We can do it in a moment. We can just do it. In a
Or
moment.
just right now. Just say your piece.
No, I don't have you at 8. I have someone here at 8 that unfortunately I didn't get to play much because he didn't really need to play to be good. He was in my opinion the best runner in Reach. Period.
Oh,
and,
God, that's never a good sentence to lead with, man.
And won on some of the best teams and was somehow one of the greats of this game without even really playing much. And I have Easy 08 as my number 8.
Number 8? Come
Number
on.
8.
Man, he keeps
Easy
baiting
O
me with this
great.
description.
Easy great. He was a killer. He was not someone I got to. Well, maybe Gingy could help me out here, but I didn't get to play against him too much. However, every team he was on, he won with Digital, as we said. And I think it says more about where Digital's placed. If you guys have Easy and Digital like in your top 5, and that needed to happen for them to win a ship together, but whatever. Easy could hold the ball. He was a really good tank.
Easy won multiple ships.
He won multiple ships. He won the MCC one, didn't he?
He won, yeah, season 6
With
Gingy.
okay.
Easy's the rare condition where he's a runner, so he would go for 270 to 300 credits, but he would end up with Digital, or he would end up with me. Everybody knew he was a runner, so a top tank needed to get him. And that limited people who would bid on him because they wouldn't spend $300 on a runner if they weren't a top tank themselves. So again, he's a product of the system. Not taking anything away from Easy. He's my favorite fucking teammate of all time. He's the number 1 person I've ever played with as a teammate, as a person. He's incredible.
I need to pause this real quick. So we were talking to Dylan last night, and he was talking about the best Reach player being Falcon Ice. Gingy, do you know who Falcon Ice is?
I have no idea.
Okay, because Shrek's in my chat talking about Falcon Ice, and
I think Falcon Ice is what is he showed up after Halo 4 came out
oh, so nobody. Okay, cool. All right, next.
to Reach.
Sorry,
He showed
Falcon
up
Ice,
to
if you're
Reach.
watching.
Yeah, that was my reaction. Like, when he said that, I was like, I don't even know who the fuck that is.
When I hear Ice, I think of Ice cards or Determined, because Determined had his clan tag as Ice for a long time.
Easy in Reach was literally a cheater.
Literally a
he-
cheater.
he-
Never traded, it felt
he
like.
would- He didn't. As the runner, he never traded, and I did not understand how he could do that. This dude would just run up and get 3 punches, all with no shields, and just score the ball when he had no business doing it. He pulled off. I think Easy probably pulled off more bullshit than anybody else I've ever seen.
He was good at it.
He turned nothing into goals better than anybody. It was unbelievable.
I just the comedy of being on his team. You're never thinking about Griffball. You're always just laughing and having a good time.
Oh yeah, very fun, dude.
I don't know if you've been able to tell by me constantly saying vibes and other stoner words, but like he is just a very chill dude and easy to get along with, and everybody loved having him on their team.
Rage,
he
did
was
you have easy for 8?
I've never heard a bad thing about Easy.
No, easy is not my 8.
Okay. So I want to
No.
talk about easy here just a little bit. I think what Gingy's saying is right, is that he was easy to play with. It felt like when you were playing with him, he was the type of guy to be like, hey, man, it's all good. I'm going to take care of this.
he started every game by saying, "We're about to get fucked." You know, like
And like I don't know, playing with Easy, I didn't get to do it a lot, unfortunately, but I lost to him a lot. And I don't know, he was like a fucking juiced up kid Tonga who could really prove his worth even in the AJLA because his hammer was so dominant.
I really like that. That's a good way to put it.
have you seen Kid Tonga? That boy is juiced up. He is
Dude, he's
ripped.
huge.
He is ripped. So how big's Easy? Shit,
Easy's fucking enormous. I promise you that.
Mr. Olympia. Fucking
He invited me to a Terraria World one time, and I was
he did that with me too.
I was honored. I felt honored because I didn't really talk to Easy back then.
that was his little sanctuary thing.
He-
Yo,
he's
you want
that
this
dude.
pirated version of
You
Terraria?
want a mod? You want a mod? Yeah. He was great.
Message
He
to
was-
all friends.
He was fantastic.
Rage number 8.
Okay. All right, at my number 8, I got my boy Shadow. This is as high as his winning. Oh, what the fuck? You deleted it?
Oh, sorry. I've been typing what you've been typing because you put their name. You don't finish the gamer tag.
Yeah, you know who it is.
I know, but
You know who it is.
I already
Okay,
did it,
this is
so-
as high as- this is as high as his winning takes him. Again, nothing but praise for Shadow. Hybrid does it all. I think for him, it's a rare case where the leadership factor comes into play. If Shadow was not the best player on your team, he was going to get the best out of the rest of the players onto his team. You never had to worry about what ifs on like, oh, what if we did this different, because Shadow was going to make sure that he got the absolute best out of every squad that he was on. He really was good at getting the best out of his players, and I think the winning factor
Underrated
cannot
characteristic.
cannot be ignored. This
Chem-
man defines being a winner,
Chemistry is an
but
underrated.
that's as far as it goes. It
Like,
really is.
It truly is. Like Easy and Shadow both had it. They were fun to be on a team with. They made you successful in their own way. And again, you know, it really, really helps when you only go for 170 credits, but you still won in that situation, which is not easy to do in the bid league. You still had to beat Ace and Snipes. So credit to where credit's due, you know, for their
Yeah.
winship. So
It almost
even
Yeah.
with the whole Piggies thing.
yeah.
I mean, the whole Piggies thing sits bad in my mind to this day, but you still had to go out there and execute, and you did.
Yeah.
So,
I
If
feel
there was
like
a way that he was gonna win, he was gonna go out and find it.
Shadow was like the ideal player at like pushing people around him to be better. And I also feel that like Shadow's positioning and his streakiness is actually why I have him rated so high. Is that I thought like the ability to be extremely streaky is actually a net positive. Like I feel like I would almost prefer to have a extremely streaky teammate than to have a
like
net
like a grunt,
average.
like a grunt Padre, somebody who's just going to get you an X term on the plate and score a goal.
Yeah, like I would rather just have like 1 or 2 goals a game that this person would just generate by themselves than have like a steady income of kills almost. And that is 100% a personal perspective, but that is what Shadow, in my mind, was phenomenal at as a player only.
So when I used to do stats back in the day, I used to use a separate metric called tank ins, not just kills, right? Like I didn't like for Infinite Rain or for Infection, for example, I'd like to get past the flup. They were going to have inflated numbers because they could sit at midcourt and farm for days. But people like Didge, like Sab, like Shadow would get streaky and finish pushes, right? They would get you goals. So that's always something that I rated people off of. But what bothered me most about Shadow, and this is probably why I don't understand a lot of people, is if you played against Shadow, he was just trying to run in between gaps and distract you and be annoying. So a lot of the times he was just running, and if you could just isolate him and keep him away from your plate, you could ISO ball him so that you didn't have to worry about him. Now he was always trying to run in between you, so that was hard to do at times for people who weren't good at positioning. But like I always feel like I could push him out of the zone and out of the play without chasing him and be pretty effective in that way. And he loved to give up his life for his teammates. Like Shadow was that guy who was not afraid to run straight into you so that somebody else could make the play. And he gave up his life to his own detriment sometimes, which is probably why I don't have him as high on my list as both of you. Because like throwing your life away is, I think, a very not elite player thing to do. But that's probably, again, a minority opinion. So
I mean, I agree with you.
Yeah.
You see where I put him?
yeah, I do agree with you. But I feel like Solace and Rage are justified in their opinion, and probably the majority of people agree with Solace and Rage over us.
Before I wanted to be Crusader, I wanted to be Shadow. Back in Reach, so.
Yep. I can see that.
At number 8, I have Rage More Nerd.
Ooh, Rage More Nerd, okay.
And
I know the guy.
you know, Rage made me the player I am today. But
Aw.
Rage definitely had a very successful Halo 4 career. He was always in the big games. You didn't know exactly if he was going neg 20 or plus 20 in the big games, but he was always in the big games and he was always doing something great. And I thought Rage's best capabilities are being an in-game leader, being decisive, and knowing what to expect from his teammates.
Rage is probably my favorite teammate.
Um,
I've never seen Rage. Have you ever had a problem with anybody outside of me quitting in that season?
Probably if I went back and thought about like someone who I came out with had nothing like bad things to say of after playing the season with them, I don't think I have anybody on that list.
Gingy.
No, that's not true. Boss Tycoon was a shitty teammate back in Spring League 11.
Multiple times, Boss Tycoon was a shitty teammate. I can
Yeah.
bring in receipts. He still owes. If he's listening, boss, you still owe me and Easy 1,600 Microsoft points. I ain't ever forgetting. I don't care, but I ain't ever forgetting either.
The all caps
So,
tag.
yeah, you ain't getting me on your team again, not for money. Unless it's cash in hand first, motherfucker. God
It's
damn it.
it's only me up. It's up to me to rank you, Rage. So we'll see where you go. You're number 7, Solace.
I had Nets Pride 15 here.
I still feel like it's fine. Honestly, at this point, I put him higher.
I like it. I think it's fair.
It
I
is fair.
think this is a very fair evaluation of Nets. I feel like Nets and Rage are almost the same person. I mean, they were good at different things. I just feel that they're very similar players. They had very similar successes, and they were both leaders of their team, and they both knew how to construct a roster in bid league.
Yep. I agree with that statement almost 100%. I think Rage was a little more tank heavy. Nets was a little more killer or carrier kill heavy, but very interchangeable people.
It's pretty
Yeah,
funny
like I said
seeing.
earlier, I think I would put like wherever I put Nets is about where I would put me because the parallels between us are just
Yeah.
so strong.
They're there. It's pretty
I'm
funny
glad
knowing that you were the
most of
best
us think
tank in
that.
one-hit wonders. It's kind of weird to think about because I don't really think of you as like a heavy top tank, Rage.
Well, no, I should not be. I should not be the. I'm not going to carry a team with my tanking.
He was the best tank on one hit wonders. That's why they didn't tank.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's true. That's why they played a different way.
That's why they didn't
Yeah.
do. Although you guys probably could have, if you gave killers the ball, Crusader, Shadow, and you tanked, you probably could have got it done. You wouldn't have been as dominant, for sure not. But
Maybe more tanking goals, but I feel like I think there was a much higher ceiling having Crusader with the ball because that's surely where he excelled was
you
with
tried
the ball in his hands.
you tried to live up to that D-Cleek kind of mentality where run to midcourt and then somebody gets streaky, let's score a goal. Right? Like that's kind of how you guys played is spread out, somebody get 4 kills in a row and we're gonna run this bitch in or throw it to you. Like it was
We can run up and trade at midcourt all day long, but at the end of the day, there's just you gotta wait for the proper opportunities. The only
Yep.
I mean I always said you can win these games without without getting kills. You
I-
do not need
I-
kills to win games in Halo 4.
I still teach new kids to play griff ball like you guys. Like, you can't win games if you don't have the griff ball. So passy foot all day long. Like, that's what I always tell new kids. Like, if your team is new and you don't know what to do, just make sure you keep the ball in your possession at all times and you'll figure it out fucking eventually. So pass it back, stay open, get up court, do the little things. Like, I always preach when people are spawn killing to get up court because it's something that, that Watch and Awe did really well. One Hit Wonders
That's where the
did
goal
really
is.
well. Is where you guys, when you couldn't get kills on defense or on offense, you would, get upfield towards the goal. You would get upfield towards the health pack. So if the ball had to be thrown out, there was always somewhere to go with it. Somebody was always looking ahead because they had to follow you, right? If they just left you, you were going to pass it to our goal. So
Yeah, I agree. I feel like One Hit Wonders almost invented the throw it to the health pack out of spawn. Um, the last thing I want to say about Nets is that going back to back in the bid league is it was the only time it happened, and the Nets Shadow duo got it done. And I just would like
Yeah.
to say that, irrelevant to where we have Shadow, shout out to both Nets and Shadow, because
The duo call
going back
almost.
to back with
Was
different
it-
teammates is
was it-
good shit.
You
was
should.
it Nets Shadow, Silent Shadow for all three
Ye-
or for both of those?
No.
It was Net Shadow, Godless, and Silent Shadow, and then it was Net Shadow, Killers, and Cutthroat. You should say, look,
Killers.
Piggies went back to back, but that was pre CCV, so let's wait. But yeah,
And she was 10 credits instead of.
Piggies got traded. That's the only reason Piggies went back to back.
Yep.
I mean,
I just wanted to
different
include that info
scenario.
there for the Shrek who doesn't know the history.
I don't
I don't know,
know.
dude.
I don't think if Piggies is still with Ace and Snipe, I think they win again.
Yeah, they win
I
that.
think-
Yeah.
It is very likely that they win against. I mean, for whatever the person's name was on the fourth, it's not like they were so much worse than Moose was. Because I mean, you guys whooped our ass in the first season. I mean, again, Piggies was that much of a game changer at that point at 10 credits. It was insane. I think it's perfectly reasonable to say that they win if they have Piggies still.
About season 2, Jaden. Just so you know.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, you're number
my
7.
number 7. My number 7. I've got Easy here. We're really getting into the gritty. It's very difficult to start ranking people at this point. But like I said earlier, no one turned nothing into a goal quite like Easy. I think something that a lot of people tend to forget is while he was the best runner in Reach and a phenomenal runner in Halo 4, towards the end he actually turned into a monster of a tank. He had a underrated adaptability to his game, and yeah, when he started putting up some insane tanking numbers later in Halo 4's life cycle, I was like, okay, yeah, he's way more than just being a runner in this game. He's got a bit of everything, and he was just really good at it all.
People don't remember that in Halo 5, Easy was majorly a tank.
Yeah, he
could
was
run,
almost strictly a tank in Halo 5.
could
Yeah,
run,
that was
but
the
he
problem.
never touched the ball. It was a problem, but he was also a very fucking good tank.
He was good at it.
He would get to your spawn and wreck you. Like, there was just some teams he just manhandled by himself. But Lux, who's your number 7?
My number 7 is Rage. I put Rage here.
Way.
Overrated. No, I'm just playing.
Honestly true.
One hit. Dude, your H4 career is one of the best ever, and
It is a very good career.
Rage
for sure.
Rage makes plays. The Red Panda fan club. I feel like
Oh,
H4
yeah.
was just like, I don't know. Your name is on it.
True influence.
Your name is on the cover. If they made like a cover of Halo 4, you'd be on there somewhere. So yeah, that's my number 7.
Cool.
Unfortunately, did you make the Hall of Fame, Rage?
I don't know. I don't know how seriously I take those Hall of Fame things.
I don't remember doing one except for Reach and Halo 4. I don't remember one for for H3 or H5. So I don't know.
'Cause I think that's part of the issue is like we did it kind
But-
of for the Halo 3 and Halo Reach kids, and then we never really followed through with it. I was never a huge fan of the idea because everyone's still playing. We're all still playing the game.
Right,
No one
we're
goes
not
into the Hall of Fame while they're still playing.
right. I,
You know
I
what?
just remember they.
Mm.
I just remember the AGLA did something and they wrote up an article and I just yeah. I remember Sab made it. I remember Easy made it. I remember I made it. I know there was a fourth. I
I
don't know who it was. Oh, Ace probably.
actually, Rage, if I remade this list, I'd probably put you higher, but it's okay. I just thought of some
Really?
things.
I don't think I put myself that high.
No, there's no way he could be higher than 7.
It's
7 is
okay.
plenty high
S-
for Rage.
7
I'm looking at the
7 is
players
fine for Rage.
There
I'm
is-
looking at the players I have above me, and I'm gonna say, nah, those are all better than me.
7 or 10 is where Rage was every single season in actual power rankings, and I think that's where he belongs here.
Okay.
I agree with that 100%.
All right, Shinji, you're
I mean,
7.
Maybe at worst, Rage, you fell to like 12. Like maybe.
You're also West Coast too.
Oh, imagine if I was. Oh, I wonder if what would happen if I was Central or East
Central.
Coast and I got to play on East Coast hosts more often. I do wonder, because those West Coast host days were fantastic.
My 7 is also easy, so there's nothing new to talk about. And my
Okay.
6 is Nets Pride.
Nice.
I have him rated so much higher. That dude, I was on Hybrid Theory as the captain for multiple seasons against Nets. Dude's a fucking pain in the ass. He's so good. You guys have him so underrated. It's criminal. Like
I
he
mean,
was
we put him top 10 and top 8. I mean, that's
just
I think
10.
that's fine.
Putting him to at 10 Rage was just horrible. Like that's the disrespect is unreal. He was so hard to play against. Just especially trying not to get mutualed by the fucking kid.
The mutuals were
They
Bro.
were egregious, dude. There was
Yeah, he was.
It felt like he was
just
cheating
fucking-
sometimes with his connection.
Yeah, he
I
would
felt
cheat or
like
you.
it fucking felt like it. But all right, Lex, you're 6.
I have Snipe down at 6, which I think is warranted. Wish he would have played more, but fuck, he was good. I don't even rate him up here because of his ships, because you could argue that first season was like, you know, like I feel like you could have won.
They
if
beat the
you're-
shit out of One Hit Wonder.
Yeah, I
Like,
think it was a 9-0 and a 7-2 or some shit. I don't know, but
It was
9-0.
they were both 5-0s. I think they were both 5-0s. Or
Yeah.
maybe there was a 5-1 at some point, but it felt pretty over. Pretty.
You got to think about it. The team that changed Griffball got destroyed. Like
by Ace
was
B
the-
and Snipe down.
I
and these
remember
guys.
the podcast right before that. Everybody was like, "Oh, the passing is unstoppable. The passing is unstoppable." And I was just like, "Yeah, but it's sniped
You
down an
can't-
8. You're not going to be able to
Look-
spawn."
Yeah, I was gonna
Like-
say we can't make pass plays because we're all fucking dead.
Yeah, like,
We're gonna respawn the whole time.
like it was just like I don't think you guys understand. And then it happened, and it was just like, yeah, that makes sense. And granted, Piggies for 10 credits was ridiculous. Moose for 60 credits, that guy was really good. Just Snipe Down knew what the fuck he was doing. He's really, really smart. And 6 is, in all honesty, is too low. He was a top 3 player in Halo 4.
His stats in season 1, he had the best KD, like outside of Silent Shadow, but Silent Shadow didn't play that many games. I just feel like
I have.
oh sorry,
at 6 too.
You have him at
just-
6?
I just can't put him higher because he just did not play enough. Again, like we've said it before, if he played more seasons, I don't think putting him at 2
Two.
would be
Yeah.
unreasonable. He was
Yeah.
so good. And again, he was very smart. If he had more time, he absolutely would have adapted to the passing game more just to make him a better player. Because in the first seasons, he did not need to really include the passing all that much because him and Ace together were just like, that's fine. We'll just tank through everybody because we can, and we're gonna.
oh wait, we're a wall.
It looked like the first 2 seasons were basically Crusader. A Crusader-led team versus a Snipe-down-led team, and I thought that's what it was going to be for years to come.
And it was
Because
that
he
way
was
in
just that
GGL.
kind of a player.
It was that way in GGL too, right? It was
Yeah, it's exactly what it was. The playmaking team versus the tank-heavy team. It was like 2 different philosophies that were going at each other, and it's actually kind of poetic that they both quit at the same time.
It is poetic, and I'm looking at the stats right now. You guys were both 33 and 7 heading into season 3. One hit wonders in Hybrid Theory. You guys had the same record.
Did we lose 7 games?
That is poetic, actually. Wow.
criminal. It might be playoff record that you lost. So Don't
yeah,
take it
true.
too hard.
I just feel like Rage Above Snipe. I'm looking at Solace.
And you guys
It's
had
fine.
to play each other regular season, probably. So there's that.
Yeah, and then never mind. That Impulse Squad season 2 was really fucking good too.
Snipe Down had aura, dude. Like if he joined the
Yo,
lobby, he would be in that black ass
was a
armor, and
cheater.
oh my god.
I was not a cheater. I played my first 3 games without Tonga and Infection on a 3G hotspot.
Didn't
And
you
we
go
then
for 8
Yeah.
credit?
I
Well,
went
I
for
had to
7.
play
I was there.
fucking Tonga, Infection, and Gingy in playoffs, and I fucking my as a fourth, I somehow survived.
Dude,
Dude, I'll tell you what.
because Tonga wasn't there. Tonga quit, remember?
No, he was there.
No, he was not. Tonga quit.
He was there for at least one game.
No, he was not.
I
I'm
swear
pretty
he was
sure-
there.
He did
I'm pretty
not.
sure he vanished.
He did not.
Oh, did he vanish?
He did not show up to playoffs.
Well,
Ask Snipe Down like go ask him. He's like, there is no way in fucking
I'll
hell.
text him.
He's like, there is no way in hell we would have beat them or beat you if Kid Tonga was there.
Well,
'Cause he
it
wanted to
turns
forfeit.
out balance was on my side.
He wanted to forfeit to us. But then I'm like, dude, you don't want to forfeit because Tonga's not going to show up. And he's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, Tonga quit. He's too busy. He can't make it. And he's like, oh, okay, we'll play. Because he was going to forfeit to us otherwise in playoffs.
I
That
still
serves
thought
you
that,
right.
I still thought that at the time that Impulse was probably going to win that because I saw that Hybrid Theory lose Piggies mid-season via the trade, and I did not know who Solace was at the time. So it basically just looked like Ace and Snipe Down having to play a 4v2.
Dude,
and then they won anyways. And I was just like, Jesus Christ.
It was me, Infection, Kid Tonga, and Killers. Dude, we were so stacked. I remember we had to replace Kid Tonga for KSI Rick James back when Rick James
Was not good.
was not anything special. He was brand new rookie. It was bad. It was real bad.
I just realized none of you two have. Oh wait, no, sorry. Solace has Infection. Is Infection on your list, Rich? Yeah, you don't gotta say. You don't gotta say.
Oh, you think he said he wasn't?
I already said he wasn't.
Oh, you already said he wasn't. Okay, damn.
Yeah.
All right, wow.
He stood at mid court. I just don't think he impacted the game.
Well, like you said, presence, right? So I get it.
Yeah, in terms of court presence and like players who I see on the court, and I'm just like, I need to address them right now. I never had that feeling with Infection.
See,
I just knew he was gonna stand there.
Right, and you were able to stand there with him, which blows my
yeah.
mind. Any
We
team
had a lot of fun.
any team that I was ever on, if I stood there for 25 seconds with him, we were getting scored on. Like 100%. I don't know if that was a credit curse or what, but if I took the minute that you would sit there, because I would see you guys doing it, just looking lovingly in each other's eyes, like, would you like to go for a croissant later? You know,
Not dancing either. We were standing still,
just
staring at
not. You put the controller down and walked the fuck away. Got a Mountain Dew, came back, took a sip, put the cap back on, set that bitch down, then picked up the controller and still sat there for 15 fucking seconds. It was gross. But if I did that, I would have given up a goal. Like a goal would have happened. So I guess I didn't ignore him as much as you did, or tried to make him get out of the way, because otherwise he would just get in my way, and it was terrible. It was so bad.
All right.
I'm loving
Before
this.
I name my number 6 pick, I would just like to give Snipe Down a quick shout out. Thanks for helping me out. I'm sorry that I didn't turn into the player you foresaw until about 2 seasons later. If I had done it earlier on, we would have won that bitch. But for my number 6 spot, I actually have Shadow here.
My heart
We've
is one.
talked about it a lot. I've played with Shadow. I ended up getting the chance to play with Shadow, and honestly, it was just as great as I thought it would be. We had no business being as good as we were with our shit 3rd and 4th, but we made it work.
Didn't you have Tuna Barrett?
We had a fucking Quack.
You had Quack, Bourbon, and Cutthroat.
Oh, Bourbon.
Oh, I miss John.
Oh wait, you had Cutthroat. What's wrong with
Cutthroat
Cut?
Cutthroat went for 90 for a reason this season. It's because Cutthroat won that ship. He went overvalued the next season, I think. No, he did he win in 5? Yeah. Cutthroat, I don't know. Cutthroat kind of stunk it up, dude. That's all I gotta say.
MCC era, maybe.
Yeah, maybe the MCC fucked him, but man, and Bourbon was dropping a neg 50 like reliably.
I remember we 7-2'd you in the ship or whatever.
Yeah. Well, that Shadow did some weird shit where like he was on a he needed to like get a VPN and he was trying to do it mid game and I'm like just stop and decide if you need the VPN. And he's like no, I got it, bro. I got it. I'm like all right, Shadow. But
VPN,
Shadow
we weren't DDoSing him. What the fuck?
no, I don't think it was you guys. I think he was I don't know what the hell he was going through at the moment.
Okay.
But yeah, I had Shadow at number 6. This guy is a winner. I think straight up that well, Nets Pride was very skilled, very great. I don't know. I guess that I just think Shadow is the better player out of Nets and Rage. They're all similar. They all do everything well. They all are leaders. I personally just feel that Shadow's ability to be extremely tanky and be the anchor of his team on defense at the same time was really just I don't know. My respect is just
That's
leaps and
true.
bounds ahead.
One of the smartest players ever, and you could say his credit value should have been higher than it was, considering he won so much.
It
Poster
should have
child of
been. It's just
Griffball, in my opinion.
he was
If-
somebody who never played customs.
If we're talking raw skill, so I need to hear this from you because I think I can ask you honestly. In terms of raw skill, him or Snipe Down?
Oh, I'm probably gonna take Snipe down.
In terms
Between
of raw skill
Snipe Down and Shadow?
and Shadow, yes. In terms
Snipe
of raw skill, Didge or Shadow?
Didge.
Didge.
In terms of raw skill, just what they do, Sab or Shadow?
Sab.
Sab.
In terms of raw skill,
I'm gonna say Shadow.
Wow, the
okay,
Sab hate.
so we're still 3-1. In terms of raw skill, me or Shadow?
You.
GG.
You 100%.
In terms of raw skill, Shadow or Nets? This is
Nets.
the one that I think will splits.
Nets.
Because I'm Nets. Rage, what are you?
I don't know.
Nets? Okay, so we're still 3-1. In terms of raw skill, Rage or Shadow? I go Rage.
I go Rage too. Oh, wait.
I
Abstain.
think I have to say Shadow.
You
Wait,
have to abstain. And yeah, you're pretty much locked in on Shadow if you said Nets.
I'm gonna go Rage, I guess.
I do go Rage.
But it's damn close.
Okay.
I was so hyped
is
when I got
close.
Shadow in my
I
lobby.
agree.
I was so hyped.
I agree, it's close. But that's just all I'm saying. It's like when you compare him apples to apples skill wise, all of these people are getting taken.
Oh yeah.
So that's my biggest premise with him is like we hold him to a standard like he's Ace Be Silent, like he's this guy. But if we held him to equal standard of the guys we're comparing him to, I don't know if he could do it if he's 450 credits and his best teammate is Forsaken Mango.
I'll say it. He can't.
Well, the people that I have above Shadow, I think are just like the next 5 players that I have on my list. Right, I think these guys are just from another dimension. Like I think Shadow
Changed the
is the
game.
best of. I think I had Shadow at 6 because I think Shadow is the best of the 6 to 10 range. Right, the next 5 guys I think they're just you're right, Gigi. They are the guys that you put 470 credits on, and you're like carry my team, please.
Yeah,
It's in your hands. It's in your hands.
that's been my biggest gripe with him since day one. That's been my only gripe with him is if we're holding him to that respect and to that regard, why the fuck does he keep going for 170 credits? Like that shit used to piss me the fuck off. If he is that guy, why is he not being treated like that guy by the league?
He also
Like,
had
it's like
favoritism by the
they-
admins, if we're being honest here.
He did. He was an admin.
Oh, yeah, he was
You know?
admin.
Yeah, of course.
So, and I mean, Silva traded himself determined mid-season and then got kicked off the
Oh
admin.
my god.
There was a lot of weird shit, right? And then we
Gingy
ate
went for 70. Some
then-
bullshit.
again.
Well, that was
I went
different.
for 70 for a legit reason, though.
I have a
didn't any-
screenshot. I have a screenshot I sent Gingy of me like doing better than him in a league game because I was subbing for
Yeah.
Tonga.
I literally had a red bar and I had like 450 points. I was lagging my dick off.
Motherfucker, you are lagging in the playoffs.
I was 18 years old. I didn't know that I could pay $20 a month and get internet straight to my dorm room. I had no idea. I lived in a college apartment. I didn't know, but they could come straight onto campus and just hook that shit up. So I did that. I was like, oh, okay. It's $23 a month for 50 meg internet. Thank you. That's better than what I played on in high school.
All right. Oh, do I have 5 here?
You
Do I
go
get
5. You get 5. Yeah, you get
Oh,
5,
dude,
dude.
I'm excited for this, man. I have Easy 08 at number
Hell
5
yeah,
here.
easy away. I like it. I like it, man.
Put some fucking respect on his name. Let's go.
I feel like I had to differentiate once I got to the Easy Shadow split because I just feel like I felt like Easy was like Shadow but upgraded.
That's a good take.
I
That's a
know
really good take.
I know Shadow won slightly more than Easy. However, I just feel like Easy's roles on his teams were larger.
Actually, you know what's funny? I think Easy won just as much as Shadow.
He did.
Yeah, because Easy won
Shadow
MCCC
won
and
three.
he won season
Shadow won
3.
3.
Did
Easy
he?
won
Shadow
three.
won 3.
He won 2, 3. He won 2, 4, and 5. You're right. But season 2 is it's a half a season, in my opinion.
What the fuck are you gatekeeping a season for?
I'm not gatekeeping. I'm just saying he had a really good team.
Listen, let's be real. 1 and 2 without CCV. Holy fuck. You
Yeah,
know?
it's like whoa. You know what I'm saying?
You can run that.
I-
You can
well-
run that. You can run that draft back 10 times, and those teams never reoccur like that again.
Ever.
No, those are the best teams that the mid league ever had and never could have because of the way that the thing was set up. No
Again,
cap, no
yes.
credit values. 10
Again, the bid league to me is one big meh because of what the system. I had this conversation with Snipe Down. What the system was designed to do was keep top level players down. They were going to fuck us to bring up bring up everybody else and get everybody else interested. That's why he got out when he did. That's why he stayed out unless it was classic. And he's right. He is right.
But-
He's a smart guy. He's right.
I love, dude. Snipe Down is pretty cool. I just want to say,
I,
I'm looking at One Hit Wonder season 2. Every person on the roster besides True Flying Cow is on this top 20 list. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, even that. Remember that the 30 credit lineup. We had Itays, True Flying Cow, and Piggies for 10 credits, and Crusader for 0, and that was a really good team.
I was a little surprised you guys had Easy. Not so far down. I'm not gonna say that, but I was very surprised Easy was not top 5 for you guys. Because I think I can't even remember what Easy was doing for GGL, but I think he was like hanging out with like Easy as Pie dudes for a lot, like
No,
too
he was
long.
on
I
my.
don't think he even.
No,
he was
but
on
like
my
I'm talking during like
he,
I'm talking about during the ARC years.
he didn't play then.
So I only played on ARC for 1 season, and then I sat on the bench the second one when I went to college and didn't have internet. That's why I didn't play in that ship against One Hit Wonders because I was in college with a 3G hotspot and no internet. That's why I wasn't on ARC that season. Then
I don't think Easy played that season.
Easy did not play that season. Then we did natural selection.
Okay, okay, that makes sense.
So he was hanging out with me pretty much from the get. Because we were gonna like right when Halo 4 was formed or starting, Silva reached out to me and Easy and wanted to make Easy as cake or Easy as
Piece of cake.
piece of cake. He wanted me, Easy, Silva, and then it was gonna be fuck, I forget who our fourth was. I don't remember.
So I think I decided to put Easy here because I thought Easy was the best 1B player you could ever have.
Oh, he was incredible.
Like I think like everyone else below Easy, of course, is phenomenal. But like I thought like pretty much it has been proven in the bid league that if Easy is your 1B player, he's winning that bitch. With digital and with Gingy.
If you're a top
the formula
player,
was Easy was give him a top tank so that he can just go around and fuck around and do shit. Because then he'll just make plays and score goals and make things happen. But you just putting him as like the lead tank didn't make sense because of his play style. So it's no surprise that when he had Gingy on his team that they won. When he had Digital Pain on his team, he won because he had his lead tank like anchoring the tanking line, and then he just went out and just did shit.
I had Routine, Ritual, and Dan for Christ's sakes. Like 2 guys who retroactively weren't top players, and we destroyed people. Like we were fucking them up. And I mean, Routine Ritual way outperformed, but he was still going negative. It's not like he was dominating teams. And
Wasn't
Dan
no
was
piggies.
Dan. Dan didn't win unless he was on my team. So, it's just one of those things where Easy was incredible. And like you said, Solace, he did that thing you like where he got really streaky and created a goal out of nowhere by himself without any help.
Exactly.
He's like, I fucked around and punched everybody. Like, it's just like, all right, man. Great job. Let's do it again, right? Like,
No.
let me go get you that rock.
All right, Brian, who do you got for 5, bro?
At 5, I have Crusader.
The first mention of
Um,
Crusader.
Main.
Actually, I'm gonna put. Should I put his OG tag?
I think, yeah, you put whatever you want. And it hurts me to put him at 5 because I really do want to put him higher. But when I look at the names that I put above him,
Yep.
all of those players are basically like S tier across the board in terms of tanking, defense, playmaking, comfort level with the ball, court presence, all these things, and they all played throughout Halo 4. So the only reasons I'm keeping him here is because one, he did not play the entire length of Halo 4. Um, and two, he was not an S tier tank that would win the game. That would win the
You're
game
right.
tanking wise.
You're right.
But in terms of someone who did the most in the least amount of time, his impact on the game with the first couple seasons of passing.
What did
Um,
you say? 34-7 that you guys went?
33 and
Season?
7. Yeah.
33. Yeah.
33-7. Holy fuck.
yeah, he was just the best at so many things, but at the end of the day, he was not an S tier tank, and everyone above him is. Had he
Dude, remember
played
him in Reach? If
another
he
4
tried-
He was
seasons,
so good
I
in
might,
Reach.
I might push him up. He was a tank in
Right.
Reach.
He was
If
flashy
he
in Reach.
if he tried to tank in 4, like actually tried, do we think he would have sucked?
No.
No, I don't think he would have sucked. But would I say that he's as good as a tank as all the players I have above him? No.
Okay, maybe that's fair, but he would have been really good if he actually tried to tank. But I agree with you with everything you said. 100%.
He is the if you could say Ace is the founder of like the Halo 4 style of like maybe not the founder, but the poster child of like tanking and, you know, strong
The natural
KDs. Yeah.
hybrid.
Yeah, and then he got watched on one hit wonders and Crusaders, like the leader of that whole regime.
Distinctive V Rising, Ace is our original vampire. He's the host for hybrids. Like he's the daddy. You know, he's the top of the top.
He's the Dracula. Is it my turn? Okay. For number 5, I have Net's Pride. Probably the hardest person for me to kill ever.
Put some respect on his name.
He can hold the ball. He was a great defender. He had that armor piece for his helmet. It was like that long ass visor that went over the top of his dome. I don't know, man. Yeah, it was kind of cool. I don't know. He was just like impossible for me to kill. I almost had to avoid him when I was trying to run my game. He has 2 ships back to back, so he was the best player on those teams in my opinion over Shadow, but to be disputed. I just thought he was something, man. And he could make plays too, by the way. Like he wasn't just like a heavy brute tank. He was really fucking good. That's where I'd put him.
We've said enough about him. He's a stud.
I agree.
I think we didn't put enough respect on his name, but you certainly did. For my number 5, I also have the Ming, Mr. Crusader.
Wow.
My number 4, here is where I told Solus he was tripping, and he is. He's in the Hall of Fame in this game. The Sabosaurus Rex, the whitest guy I know. He is.
That's a statement, bro.
He is just a fucking stud at this game. I think he got dicked down hard by the bid league system, and you can't put that on him. So when you look at the GGL footage, he's in all of the ships. He is in all of the fucking. His name's on so many of those GGL ships, it's nuts. He's probably got 4, maybe 5. So I don't think you can take the bid league as the whole history for him. He was always one of the top players out there, always.
I agree with everything you just said, and also, he's been playing for so long, and he's still good today. If you, I don't know, if you consider that anything with his ties to the community, I would put Sab as my number 4 as well. I can't believe you put him at number 10, but it's okay.
Listen, I
That
will
is
defend
insane.
myself. I will defend myself. Okay. I didn't start playing on GGL super teams until the very end.
Okay, I had some fun with friends in GGL, like you're supposed to, motherfuckers. Okay.
We couldn't play with our friends because they were all top 10 picks going to other teams for
Yeah,
500.
well now I live that life and it's fucking pain. Okay, in Halo Infinite, I now live this life and now
Why,
it's pain.
why do you think I came up with the bid league? So I get to play with
And
you 08. God damn
and
it.
anyway, when I played Sav and AGLA, I mean, I literally feel like I beat his ass every season. Like I can't really remember a time when I was like, yeah, Sav just kind of fucked me up.
If you
No
didn't,
offense to Sav.
you weren't on a playoff team. Let me just tell you that. Because Sab got fucked by the bid league.
Well, sometimes you're
Like,
good against really good
bad.
players. You know, like maybe Solace just has Sab's number.
I had Rage's number in Halo 4.
Yeah,
He'll
like,
tell
I
ya.
don't know. I guess like I just like in my mind in Halo 4, Sab was like way closer to like a Silva Rage variant than he was to like a Digital Pain. And that's why I have him up where it is on my
He
list.
was similar to us, but he was like the perfected version of it.
Yeah. He was, yeah.
I wish
Yep.
I could like enter. I wish
Honestly-
I could put on goggles and watch his games back.
Honestly, if you put Nets, Rage, and Shadow into one player, it is Sab. Like, do some DNA
Yeah, pretty much.
splicing. It's this, yeah.
Uh,
Take the best
The best
trait
out of
from
all
of them
three. Yeah.
and put it together, and that's Sab.
I'm sitting here
That's-
and doing math.
That's still true.
Yeah, I think that's true too. I'm sitting here and doing math. I'm curious about your guys' top threes when I'm looking at these lists.
So I'm coming up next. So for me, my 2, 3, and 4.
Oh,
If
wait,
I was
what?
a coward like Gingy, I would stuff them all into the same thing and say
Exactly.
I can't pick between them. They're all just wait what?
Well, I'm just saying I think you should rank them because I feel like 2, 3, and
I
4
did.
is a very. Oh, you did? Okay, I thought you
He
were about to
said
put
he's
them all
not
in
a
the same.
coward.
I
Yeah.
said if I yeah. I'm
Oh,
not a
okay, okay,
coward.
my bad, my
So,
bad.
I am a
these
coward.
guys are all just absolute monsters at this game. What I ultimately decided the way to rank them was the players that gave me personally the hardest time to play against. The players I wanted to play against by far the least because they always have my number. So at my 4th spot goes to Digital Pain.
Okay, that's a fair reason to put him at 4. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My 2 and 3 I mean I say all the time when I play against them, like they've always had my number. If I had to go against someone between them, I probably feel better about Dig. I think partly because I team with him a lot. Back in Reach and stuff, so I'm familiar with this game a bit more. But it doesn't mean he's not an absolute fucking monster across the board.
Playing on a team with him makes life so great.
Oh
So
my god,
really
it does.
It
So-
really does.
He is a fantastic teammate. He's such a smart kid. I say kid, he's 30, but
Yeah, he's like 30, like you
We've been-
know.
We've been calling people kids all night. Everyone on this list is is pushing
Now
30.
grown.
It's not-
Yeah.
he's a stud, dude. I can't say enough positive things about him.
For my number 4 spot, I had Ming Crusader. And I think Crusader did revolutionize the game. And I know he didn't play for a long time, but I felt like Crusader could do anything required. Like I don't really feel like sure he ran out of choice, and I know he didn't tank as well as other people, but I actually feel like he could have done it. I almost feel like him choosing to tank would have been insane because I think it would have incorporated passing to another level as well.
I would call myself a top tank in Halo 4. I never saw Crusader as a free kill.
No, he was never a free kill, and that was the craziest part is because like he wouldn't have like an insane like KPM kills per minute, but I don't know, he had like a way.
He's unpredictable.
We could
a lot,
say
a
we
lot
didn't.
of players.
We never saw the best of Crusader.
A lot of players have and still have certain things that they do. Like Mystical Novice does the swing dash right at you thing. He did that back then where he would swing, sprint straight at you and swing again. It's the same type of habits that they have. Crusader would change his every time he saw you. So it was like
This is Crusader, captain of
the
Watch
most
All.
notable thing I can relate it to is facing a good pitch.
Most of us have been
good
playing
pitcher
together
high
in
school
different
baseball.
teams for a couple
You
years now.
don't know if it's a changeup, a curveball,
They're
or a
kicking
fastball.
in.
You don't know if he's
In
gonna
our
face
one
it
season
inside or
together, we
outside.
came away with a
You have to
championship.
see it and
And
react,
individually,
which makes it not free, which makes you have to earn it.
we have 17 combined
That's
PCLA
how
and
Crusader tanked
GPL
for
ships.
me.
We signed up for the Griffball Cup because
And
we love playing Griffball together. And we plan on
Obviously, the
trying to
running
win it
and
all.
the brain speaks for
And another
itself.
push, Crusader
He
scored.
created a lot of the game that we knew as Halo 4. So, yeah, 4 is very valid. Very valid.
Well,
No, you get to do 3.
You get 3.
Oh, I get 3 too. I had Digital Pain at 3. Like Rage was saying, you know, me and Jaden, we have some stark opinions between Sab and Digital, but I don't know. I feel like Digital was the best person at being able to say, like, hey, you can't die. Like, in the middle of the game, like, you're getting pushed. He's going to be like, hey, we can't die right now. He'd be like, we have to stay alive. And he would just so clearly communicate that to you that I feel like that was actually what he was the best at. Like, he was obviously great at everything else, but I feel like him being able to navigate when you should stay alive and when you shouldn't is really something that stuck out in my mind. Digital. And this motherfucker had my number. Okay, like I don't know, him and I were both like slightly more on the passive side, and I did not understand how to approach
He's-
killing this motherfucker.
He's had everybody's number in every game he's ever played for as long as I think he
He's
can
like a
remember.
robot. He's
Yeah.
probably the
He
second
really
most
does.
robotic person.
He really does dissect the way people play.
Yep. Breaks it down, predicts habits. He's what a true tank needs to be.
And I'll
Plus,
be
he
honest,
knows what
playing with
everybody
him,
else is at.
listening to him call everybody he played against garbage because he
Yeah.
would understand how they played and how to beat them was so much fun. Everybody was a shitter to him at one point or
Everybody.
another.
Everybody, even his teammates, his friends, didn't matter.
He'd just be like, "Oh, why'd you do that? That was such a fucking garbage play, man." Like mid
He
game.
does this every time. He's so stupid.
yeah. Oh, there he goes, running off a spawn
Uh.
again. Like, yeah. He's gonna hold forward off a spawn. Here it comes, and then they would, and it's just like, yep. Like, all right. But all right,
My
Ray.
number 3 is Sab. There is no one in all of Griffball I've ever wanted to punch less than Sab because I know I'm not gonna do it and he's gonna kill me.
Halo 4 is
he-
impossible.
He was unbelievable at that. Probably the best one-on-one defender against the runner that there was.
Him or Ace.
Absolute nightmare. Yeah, and then he was just everything you could ever want in a hybrid. When Crusader says he was the best player to play with, he was right for a reason because he could do everything you wanted. You wanted him to tank you in, he can do that. Wanted him to get the ball back, he would do that. You want him to catch a pass, he'll go ahead and do that too. There's nothing else you could ask from.
My number 3, clearly very high on all of our lists. He hasn't appeared yet. I have IX Gingy as number 3. Probably one of the best.
You're
What?
assuming he's on my list.
Yeah, right. Like, what if I left him off?
That'd be pretty funny. I think Gingy is, in terms of like straight killing power, probably the best there ever was. He had a few seasons where, you weren't at an advantage because of your internet. You were on every single best team ever, and you got fucked by a bid league, and you still won a few seasons out of it. So, what is there to say? You're a competitive gamer and one of the best of all time. And you could run too.
I think my Gingy sentiment is that I feel like when it came to going forward, Gingy was the best player in the entire game at consistently going forward. I don't, and that, going forward is obviously incredibly important. We all know that. But to break it down simply, I just feel like when Gingy wanted to go forward, he could, and it didn't really matter who was on the other side.
Felt like that sometimes. Be honest with you.
Now Gingy gets his 2 and 3, and he can't put himself here.
We're about to.
I did not.
Yeah,
put
who you
myself
put in
on
here?
there.
I'm confused.
My 3, everybody had him on their list. Everybody had him a little sooner. I snipe you down as my number 3.
Okay.
I don't care about the longevity. Same thing with Crusader. If they played their top 5 player, and he is better than Crusader, he just was. The dude was probably the second best player in the game. And I don't even think probably. I think he was. I think he's better than me. I think he's better than Didge. I think he's better than all of us. He is the number 2 player in my book, but I have him down at 3 just because he did not play as long as number 2 or as consistently during that time. My number 2 is Didge.
Digital Pain at number 2 for Halo 4.
Yeah, imagine putting him at number 10.
I must have missed something, man.
You did.
That's how I feel about Sab. It's all right, bro.
It's the same digital. It's the same digital, right? It's if he played right now, he would still be probably that digital.
I agree. I just feel like I've seen Digital play. I've heard him talk. I think in like an all time, like across all the games, I'd put him top 3. I just don't remember him adapting to Halo 4 that well, but it's whatever. That was 9.
That's fine. Just put that asterisk. I was 9.
I was 9.
That's
You
fine.
said who I'm missing on your list? Oh, Crusader.
So at number 2, you think I'm missing Crusader? At number 2, I have Ace. No, I'm just kidding. I have Crusader at my number 2. I was gonna meme and put Ace here, and put Crusader as my number 1 because that'd be a funny meme. But it's just not true. What has been said about Crusader already?
A lot.
Okay.
Everything.
It's been a
Crusader
lot.
took you under his wing a little bit, didn't he?
So, I don't know when I.
No, he just kind of put himself under that wing.
Yeah, I kind of forced myself upon him. He put me on a GGL team and we won the ship, so that was a very fun experience. I basically modeled my game after him, kind of, and the whole one-hit wonders thing. I think he is. If I had, everybody knows what a number 1 are. If I had to put the best Halo 4 team of all time, I think him running the ball behind Gingy and Ace tanking and that Sab dynamic would just be the best team ever made. Because him and Sab have a lot of experience with each other.
If you ask Crusader to put a player on his team, he's going to start with Sab.
He was, and he should.
He just revolutionized everything. And he's also a good teammate too. Yeah.
He was. Yep, I agree. He was a good teammate.
All right.
Hurry it up, Rage. We have the same
At
pick
my
here.
number 2 spot, I have the man, the myth, the legend, Pinhead Larry.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
All right, it's Gingy. For the two thing again, like Sab and Ditch, very similar, incredibly close players. But the two things that put Gingy in this spot for me are, one, no one figured me out better than Gingy did. The absolute kryptonite to me on the tanking front, while Sab was the kryptonite trying to punch somebody. And 2, I don't think anyone was a bigger tank-in threat than Gingy was back in Halo 4. I think a lot of other players, a lot of the other top players were prone to playing a bit conservative once they got near the goal and kind of wanted to do the team tanking thing. Gingy really didn't give a fuck, and he would just go do it all himself, and he did it plenty of times. So by that, Gingy gets the edge to the 2 spot.
Yeah, thanks, man. Into the gas. Truthfully,
I had
we got Ace too.
I felt like I was the best tank in H4, pretty much consistently. So
I agree.
I had Gingy number 2 here as well.
Big.
And
Big coming from you. I didn't believe it at first. I thought you were gonna have digital in front of me.
that would have been funny. So for number 1, we all. Or sorry, you want to talk about Gingy?
Wait, I'm not done with Gingy.
Go ahead, glaze him up. Glaze him up. Not too much,
No,
though. I need him to
like,
stay locked in for the season.
I think like you winning and being dominant at the very end really, really pushed you over the top for this, Gingy. I think that's what it was. Like, you beating me in that last ship is why I think I have you ahead of digital in this.
Okay.
You have longevity, by the way, like a lot of it.
I mean, yeah, I've played forever just like Ditch, but honestly, it was the 1,000+ KD season for me. Like that shit's still hasn't been done. It won't be done because we don't have long enough seasons. That shit was nuts. I mean, that was the same season AJ went for 270, or the season after, I guess he went for 270. But like I don't know. That season it felt like I couldn't be touched on Halo 4. I don't remember if that was MCC or just before it. But I feel like that was peak me. And it was like the game was so easy. Like Solace said, I could just go forward whenever I wanted. And nobody could really get in the way or do anything about it, except for maybe infection. Even
Yeah,
Ace was a free kill at times.
yeah.
Which
I think we have one unanimous pick here among our number ones.
Let
I
we,
mean, I have HP Silent as my number one
let's say his name
overall
together.
Halo 4
HP
player.
Silent. I feel like we should, instead of ending it here, we should spend some time talking about why he's number one to all the new kids. Because we say it a lot, but like actually, why is he the best? Because he didn't win anything, right? Besides season 1.
he won one season, but
So
again,
why is he the
if
best?
that proves me right. Like Bid League sucks. Bid League sucks for good players. Like we should never have a Solace, an Ace, a Sab in the pool. We should never, as best players, we should never want to play in a bid league because it fucks us. And Solace, I know you're a good sport about it. You're like, oh yeah, put me on a team with them, whatever. I'll train them up. It sucks. You do
Oh
it for
yeah,
13, you do it for 13 years. I'm fucking
yeah.
over that.
The years go by, and like the more it happens, the more you're just over it.
Yeah, it's tough. It is tough. And so I apologize to everybody I ever tried to force out of the league with the whole pro Amy thing, but it's simply for my own sanity.
Oh, I
Nothing against
understand.
me personally. But Ace Be Silent is the best because he was the best. He was, if he wanted to be the best tank, he would have been. If he wanted to be the best runner, he would have been. But he just wanted to win, right? And so he gave you goal after goal. Like if Griffball, take it back to baseball again, had a WAR ratio, his would be insane. Like win over replacement is what that means. So if you took Ace out of the game and you put in Killers legit, how many more games would you lose with Killers than you would win with Ace? Right? So like his replacement ratio would, if it's out of 10, would be 7. There's nobody in this league that you could replace and have a better winning record with. He's just that good. Period.
Probably the best teammate ever in terms of like not gonna quit on you, never gonna bitch in your ear. Just he checks all the boxes, and even back in like Prime Halo 4, I'd say like he wasn't really like positionally sound until like maybe season 3 or 4. But at that point, he was just so good.
I don't. I think from season 1 onwards, it was very clear that Ace Be Silent was the best player.
Some
I mean,
people would say
Gingy,
Smackdown was better than him. I'd say.
Gingy really rose up and fought him for that at certain points, but I feel that Ace Be Silent was like the unanimous factor, like the whole way, the favorite, one might say.
I did outrank him in 2 or maybe 3 simultaneous top 25s. At like really, really early on Halo 4. And then from that point on, and I think it was only 2. It was like summer into or spring into summer.
Yeah, that
And
sounds about right.
And then from that point on, it was all Ace number 1 nonstop. Without a doubt. I mean, it still feels this way. It feels like the fucking guy has an orbit around him on the Griffball court. It feels like it feels like the game revolves around him, even now. And some of that is just putting respect on his name, seeing his name, and thinking about it too much. But like he dominates the game. Even early on in Halo 4, he dominated the game. He's the easiest guy to play with because he is a great teammate. He's always willing to help you get better and learn things. And he's not human. Like there's something about him that's robotic. He's fucking great. I don't know.
Yeah, we mentioned Digital as being a kind of player who would dissect someone's playstyle and learn them. Ace will write you a fucking essay on how to beat any individual player after like one game. He fully understands everything about this game inside and out, how to exploit it, how to excel with it, and how to just to take out any individual player in their own specific way. He was the kind of player who does not make mistakes. He's not gonna blow a defensive coverage or fucking betray his runner on the pad or anything stupid like that. He was always, top tier tank. You're very comfortable with him running the ball. He's not gonna choke a punch. He'll knock it out 10 out of 10 times. And then he's always, it is positionally in the right spot, and he does all this usually without talking.
Yeah.
To be
honest,
to be able to his chemistry with a team without saying a word is legendary. It's insane to be able to do what he does without intense communication.
Right. To be honest, if Reach was longer, the Reach kids were fucked because he was up and coming then.
Yeah,
was
that's what I
Stillwood.
thought.
So was Utah Jazz Freak. They all were. They all were. They were all getting really fucking good. And Ace was one of them. I remember playing against him in customs all the time, playing against Tonga in customs all the time. They were about to goddamn pop off in the AGLA in just a season or two. So I think, the fact that we went to Halo 4 and he instantly became the best shows that he was going to do that same ascension no matter what game we played. He's just that good. And he stayed that good for Halo 5. And he stayed that good for Infinite. He's just that good.
He's still that good. I think it's rare you find somebody who can put up these numbers but also be a highlight. Like, he can make plays and he can play that game too. It's something to watch, man.
He's just better.
He's just better.
I want to average all these rankings together and see what our
we should
collective things are.
If you guys have time, we can do it quick here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Is it what?
Want to average all of the placements and see what our averaged list
Oh,
together
that's fine.
is.
I can't scroll over anymore. Okay. So, number 1. Oh, that's not good.
How are you planning on doing that?
We just take their rankings and divide it by 4, right? So, 4 divided by 4 is 1.
Smallest number.
It's Ace. Yeah.
What do we do if they're only divided by 3?
Well, that's a good question.
I say put 21.
Okay.
Just for simplicity's sake. It'll drag them down plenty.
Okay. Gingy is probably next, right?
Yeah, he was top. Oh wait, you're right. Oh yeah, for us 3.
You can't count Gingy though because he didn't rank it.
Just do it.
Why don't you
just put us out of 3?
Yeah, we could just add them up and divide if we really want to be point about it.
Okay, what we got here? We'll do some cheating down here.
So we have 29 total players listed.
We
So
fucking
2
calculate this shit.
2 plus 3 divided by 3. My average.
Yeah, divided by 3 is right.
Divided by 3 is 2.3.
7,
My average position.
So
it would either be 2 or 3.
Bottom right, you can write it down if you want. 5, 2, 7. Math.
There's going to be some ties for 20, by the way.
Sab went 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 10. 21. Okay.
You're doing Sab?
I'm just adding up where they went in everybody's rankings and dividing it by a number.
Okay. Do you want help at all?
Yeah, in the bottom right if you can. So like net, she put him at 6 plus me at 5. It's 11.
Right,
21. 28.
I'll grab Tonga real quick.
All right.
I guess I'll do. Oh shit.
Like a sheet. Hold on.
Oh, see you, Shrek. Dude, there's a lot of people watching this, and a lot of names came in. That was kind of cool, actually. Thank you, guys.
Who all came in?
Taste came in. Shrek, Eastbrook.
Yeah.
Someone else did. Priest.
21 divided by 4. Stab is 5.25.
Tonga is a total of 56.
Okay.
It's 6 divided by 4.
Shrek did want to say, let the record state that Griffball legends Gingy and Lux were defeated by Rage Nerd and yours truly a couple days ago in our season matchup. Go watch the video and clips and content in the Griffball. Play Griffball community Discord.
What is Tonga again?
I got
Tonga
it. He's
is 14 on average.
30, 40. Okay, I see.
I'll grab Saints.
I'll do digital real quick. I could do digital too. Man.
I'm gonna
12,
go do players at like the
16,
bottom.
18.
Yeah, if they're unranked, I would just say divide them by like 21. We'll just assume they're close by. We'll be friendly.
Saints is 50 total. And divided by 4 is 12.5.
Okay.
So he's either going to be 12 or 13.
I'm doing it on the bottom right. Let me do easy. 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 15, 22, 27 for easy. I'm going to do rage real quick.
Solace
9,
has an
10,
average
16.
of 14.67.
24, 3.
I'm grabbing Rain.
You guys said a lot of numbers there. I kind of forgot. Solace is what?
Yeah, I'm gonna do pigs as well. So Solace was 14.67.
Okay.
I'm grabbing Rain, just to repeat. Oh, 2 of you with having him at 9 is going to bring him down. Holy shit. Rain, total of 45. Divided by 4 is 11.25.
We do piggies.
Piggy's averaged 14.
Okay, so that's 4 and 14. So what was that? 5?
56 total. I'm not doing total. I'm just giving you an average number.
I figured, yeah. Let me change this.
What do I do if I'm the only one to put him in my top 10 and neither of you do?
Wait, what do you mean?
21, 21, 21. Anyone on your list, not on anyone else's list, unranked.
You still
just
divide by
put
4. Of course.
Divided by 4. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what do I do when I get to 15?
Good time.
Eastbrook said, fuck Rage More Nerd.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Actually, I
Tonga.
can understand that.
Tonga also averaged 14. Oh, you already have Tonga.
Yeah. Do we do
I'll
Silva?
I'll grab Shadow, 14.
Oh, yeah, Shadow.
Shame
for
that
sure.
Nets and Ace never teamed in Mid League Halo 4. Yeah, that is a shame. Although they did team up in Classic and we beat them. Bitch.
We did Rain, we did Ditch, we did Silva.
Although they did ruin the perfect season.
Shadow's total is 40. Divided by 4 is 10.
Jaden, did you not rank Cannon?
No.
Motherfucker.
Kind of a hot take.
Dude, you didn't rate Infection.
I rated Infection.
Cannon's average with an unranked 21 is 17.5.
He still made it. I don't think Kemp's gonna make it, but I'll do the math.
Well, if we're going to rank
Maybe
all of them, we have to, right?
Maybe
Wait,
me putting him at 15 made it so that he made it.
Oh, this is interesting. So we have.
Oh my God.
We have
Kemp can
we have-
thrust. 78
What?
total divided by 4 is 19.5. He cracked the top 20.
Wait,
well, that's the average. And more players will probably have more than. I'll have less than 20 average.
Decleek, 42, 61, 81.
Like this. Ite ranked 16 and 18 and unranked twice. Still gets like a 19 average. It's hard to do this because of the unranking things, but whatever.
All right,
Wait,
so Kemp is 78. Divided by 4 is 19.5.
Yeah,
not perfect, but something.
that's like a failing grade.
I mean, it beats out D League.
True. Wait, I kind of feel like I guess it beats out D-Click, but it's fucked up because D-Click made 3 appearances on the other list. All right, that shit's fucked up.
The 21 thing's kind of stupid.
Well, maybe you should have put him there.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean?
True.
Yeah, I
True.
should have put him at 20. Maybe I should have put him at 20.
I snipe you
Taylor.
down. Average.
Decleat.
average 6.
I didn't put him there.
Oh, snipe down's an average of 6.
Ranked 3, 6, 6, and 9.
Ace is an average of
fun,
1.
There's probably more fun stats we could do with this. Like, I'm curious to see who has the widest range of ranking up someone's list and the lowest. It might be infection, honestly.
I think it's
Going
infection.
Going as high as what? 11 to unranked.
Span of 9. That's probably close. How about Saints? No. Shadow.
Honestly, Didge from 2 to 10 is kind of crazy.
I mean, yeah, we had Shadow from 14 to 6.
That's 8. 1 less than infection. The Piggies, I have her at 17. You have her at 11.
38,
Did she crack
48,
the top 10?
58, 59, 69, 79, 80.
Nobody put AJ on their list. That's unfortunate.
I was going to. It was considered.
Sorry, man.
There were other players who peaked late or had less singular seasons than AJ for me.
Oof. Killer's at 20 even.
I think that's pretty appropriate.
Damn. No wonder he hates all you.
What do you mean?
Pretty sure I'm his best friend.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's pretty fair.
The Griff Ball essence. The Griff Ball essence.
Oh.
What does that even mean?
He doesn't like Griff
don't know.
Ball.
Does anybody?
Who does?
Well, I
Yeah. Yeah.
clearly you guys.
I hate my life. What do you mean?
I'm miserable. Don't let me fool you. Yeah. Hated this game for a long time.
What do you think I go bowling and drink 3 times a week?
Oh fuck!
I only do it
Well,
once, but agreed.
Can you guys hear me?
Forget.
My mic fell out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
How convenient. Yo, Gingy, what's your bowling average up to nowadays?
216 last season.
Nice. I'm gonna finish this
Nah.
season around 204, 205, dude.
Nah, like
in
I
my
fucked
zone right
around.
now.
I fucked around all last season. I couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, dude. I didn't
have
even
a-
care though. So
We have a guy in ours who is like the guy at the alley who's very loud, drinks a lot, kind of lives to bowl. He this dude has on now 2 separate occasions had like a surgery, like a back surgery, and within a week is back bowling. And this is and he like chucks the ball down there.
that is sad.
He's out of his mind.
No, it's not that serious to me. We did a sports pattern before this, or a modified house shot. I averaged like 189 in that shit. That sucked really bad.
Those sports
was-
shots are really humbling.
It was awful. And
I'm
then
about to start the summer league that'll get the sports shot. I'm very curious to see because this is by far the best I've ever bowled, and I'm very curious to see what my sports shot average turns into.
I averaged 214 in high school. because I averaged like 189 my first 2 meets, which is really bad. But then I got a new ball, got it drilled, and then went straight up to like a 220 average the rest of the season.
Nice.
And when I got to college and started bowling, I averaged like 183. And I was the bottom of varsity and the only freshman that made the varsity cut. Every other freshman was averaging like 170 to high 170. And then by the mid-season, they were all averaging 190 at tops. And I peaked at like 187. It was
I still get to bowl with this 13-year-old kid who averages like 220, 225 on the house shot to really fucking humble my ass.
I have too much hand in the ball. So like I have to move so far left that on a house shot, I'm touching ball return by the end of the night after 3 games. And it's just like God damn it, dude. You know?
That's what makes it fun, though. You just love seeing the ball move.
No.
I guess throwing all the strikes is really fun too. But
Yeah, shooting good scores is fun. I just need to
work-
go. I just need to go urethane and buy plastic balls. Need to stop getting the highest level storm shit and roto grip shit. I don't need it.
Rotogrip has done well for me.
It's been my brand since forever.
I don't actually know all that much about
The
makings
Oilers
of the ball. All I
scored.
know is that I asked somebody, like our the guy at the front desk who's like our 230 average guy, and he always recommends the roto grips. And every time I get a new ball, I get better. So
Fuck yeah! Is that everybody on that list?
I'm doing it right now, kind of.
Okay. Easy's the next one at a 6.7. The Nets at a 7.
Rage at 8.
That's what I'm seeing. You have Snipe down up there, right? Yeah. Okay. Rage at 8. Jump down to 10 for Shadow. Is there anybody in that top 10 that's not up there on people's page? Digital Sab, Snipe down. Rage, Shadow. Silva.
So it was at a 10.5.
Who's lower than a 10.5?
Shadow. So I put him up there. I think we're good on that.
yeah,
Yeah. Yep.
Saints? No, Rain?
Saints 12.5.
Wait,
Rain at 11.25.
Wait. Infection's
Infection
wrong.
11.25.
Infection's wrong.
What
Why
do you
is
mean?
he shouldn't be 45?
He's 11 plus 19.
And
plus-
unranked.
I didn't do infection. 21
I did infection. He's 45.
plus 14. No, he's higher than that.
How many times did you put him in there though?
I don't know. I did what? I did
'Cause
11.
I didn't rank him.
Yeah, I
So
divided it by
11
4.
11 plus 19 plus 21.
I guess you
plus-
divide by 3. Oh yeah, you guess you divide by 3. That's correct.
So
No,
it's 6.
you can't
it's
do
six-
that.
His total is 65. You didn't put in the 21 for Rage.
Yeah, you gotta put in.
Oh,
Yeah, because you gotta put in me.
he's not
dropping.
even in his honorable mentions. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, get fucked.
So his average is 16.25.
Stand still, bitch.
I
It's
did.
65, not 66.
Is it 65? It's
65.
11,
not 60.
19, 30. 30 plus 15 is 45.
I did it with a calculator.
55, 65, 66.
Did it with a calculator. How did I do it wrong with a calculator? 11 plus 19 is 30. Plus 21 is 51.
Plus
Plus
15.
14.
15.
Oh, he's 15. Okay.
Yeah, that's why.
Okay. 66. You're right.
It's okay.
You're right. You're right.
So is that Rain then?
When
At
you put it, I got
11.25?
you right. Has to be right.
Yeah. 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 He's at a 16.
Can I be honest? I expected this podcast to be like an hour and a half of this.
It's almost 3.5.
We did
hours.
really good, like
I'm-
talking about
I'm a-
stuff.
I'm a talker. I get.
You did great. That's
get to
awesome.
talk.
That's fucking awesome.
This was way better than like getting the average rankings before and talking about them. I like this snake back and forth format.
Made it easy.
11.25. So Saints after that at 12.
Yeah, which is criminal, but yeah,
What's criminal?
Saints at 12, but I had him there too, so it's.
I was gonna say that's right where you right where you put him.
But he's better than that. He just is.
He is better than that. You know what we should do? We should have had. We should come back with one of just players at their peak. Take out
Oh yeah.
Who was
Yeah.
best at what game and what peak was better than the other?
just their all
Is
time.
peak
prime.
Gingy in H4 better than peak Rain in H5? That's a tough. I don't actually know.
Ooh. That is tough because there was so much less competition in Halo 5. It just made them stand out even more.
It did. It did. It made it really bad. And what made it really, really bad is that the game went on like a 6-month hiatus and he played every day. Every fucking day. And he was so good when we all came back. Like he was so good. He was untouchable for like a month when we all came back. Like it was gross.
Let me ask you this. Would you say that Prime Halo 4 Ace is the best Griffballer that's ever been?
The best Griffballer ever been is me right now, obviously. Why is
Okay, Dylan.
You can't even beat me. What are you talking about?
why is Salas? I'm confused.
What?
Well, he's at the 16 average. Is it because?
He should be.
What?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I ranked him 16. You ranked him 15, and you ranked him 13. How is he at 16?
Well, I get a default 21 because I can't rank
No,
myself.
no, no,
No,
no.
no,
You
no,
get
no,
zero.
no,
You
no,
get
no.
zero. You get zero.
Yeah,
You
you
divide it by
I get
three.
Yeah.
Divide it by
Because you're
3.
Yeah, because it's not like you didn't get unranked on one of the lists. You just did not. You were not allowed to be ranked there.
So
You didn't
his
fuck up me and Gingy on that, did you?
his rank is 14.6, not.
Yeah,
Is that
it was
or he's behind
14.67. Yeah.
And that's just because other people ranked out lower. That's close.
Okay. After 14.6 is
Yo, you know who had an insane peak? Was Stop Killing Me in Halo 5.
He did too. I was actually trying to think of his name. He did, but I didn't get to play against him enough to really know, and neither did a lot of the other top talents. So I don't,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll tell you what, I've like for years it was always Ace is the best, Ace is the best, Ace is the best. There was a point in Halo 5 where I was just like, Stop Killing Me might be the best. Like he was that good. His mechanics were unbelievable. Cheating motherfucker.
so Kemp is possible.
Was he playing mouse and key?
Anadel?
Who?
Stop killing me.
So, in Halo 5? No, Halo 5 doesn't exist on.
You could
That's
do
true.
it. You could do it on Xbox. Just so you know, 'cause I was running into it.
I'm not gonna
Speculate.
assume that. Yeah, speculate.
Because let's be real, and I don't know if we're still rolling for podcast terms. Mouse and key is an advantage in this game.
It
Hand-
absolutely is.
Hands down, not questionable. It is an advantage. Now, it is obviously the player's choice whether or not they want to play mouse and key. So, is it a real advantage if you're allowed to do it yourself? Still, yes. But I'm retarded. I've played too many seasons of Griffball on controller. It feels gross when I don't.
Eastbrook said he wasn't mouse and key. I don't know if it's true or not.
But for some reason, like for some reason they hard cap your sensitivity on this at 1010, unlike other griff balls where you could, or other halos in video games where you could make it almost unlimited, as sensitive as you want. But Halo for this one hard caps you at a really, really slow stick movement rate, which sucks. and I don't know why they do it.
You know what really sucks is that in this fucking game type, you move like 50% slower backwards as the runner.
Yeah.
So you're at a tremendous disadvantage as a controller player because you don't have that whip turnaround punch
Yep.
bullshit.
Yep. I mean, you're
So
like that.
I
You're
hate.
like that. You're like that with tanking too, because I
Yeah.
can't 360 or 180 on a dime and keep my sprinting momentum because you turn that fast. You can keep sprinting. So, like, if you time it right, you could not miss a beat, and in between steps, be going north and then south instantly before that next step hits, and keep your sprint. That's
Yeah,
why they
it
can
is
get
a
out of hammer range. It is a clear
yeah,
advantage. A
and
clear.
it is crazy. It is crazy to me that we still have this slower walk speed. I don't want to run in this game because of it. It makes it terrible.
It does make it up.
It just throws you off so much.
Why
I guess,
is
And
yeah.
as
temp?
a non PC player, I can't just whip around and punch
Well,
whenever I want to.
let me tell you something. You guys are in the minority, in the small minority.
Well, here's
Most
the thing.
people
I
play
don't.
hybrid or keyboard.
Right, and
Here's
that's
the thing.
again.
I don't
I
really
even
give a
said it's
shit. I
my
think
own.
the setting in itself is stupid.
I said it's my own fault because I've played too many years of Griffball on controller. Like I could play hybrid if I had another paddle for my jump, but I don't, and I don't have enough buttons on my mouse to map jump on my mouse as well. So I would
I would.
either
I
need
mean,
I would either need to get a new mouse or another paddle for my controller, and I'm not spending money on
I
Griffball.
would rather everyone just play controller and be done with it. You know what I mean? I just
But
feel like
I
that
don't
is the
I don't
greatest
want
way
to
to go
make
about it.
it. Listen. If we cry about it,
Yeah.
if we cry about it, they're gonna mention it and say we're problems, not them. Yeah, I don't even want that. Fuck it.
Look, I
Like
play on keyboard nowadays. Okay, guilty.
you should. You should. If you want to be the best you can be, you need to. All right? I believe that. I
Yeah,
just don't
100%.
care. I don't care enough. So I'm not gonna. So it's on me. I know it's on me, so I'm not even gonna make it a thing. But I don't want to ignore it. I just want it to be known that y'all got a clear fucked up situation going on for your Xbox players. If you want to think about fixing it, great. If not,
All right.
it's your.
There's our average,
Um,
All right,
boys.
so is that our top 20 average?
I'm pretty sure I did it correctly. Kent made number 20 because Gingy, but
You're welcome. You're welcome.
thanks.
No.
fraud watch.
Yeah.
Novices controller, yeah.
I'd be okay with taking off Taylor
It's cool.
or Kemp for like any of those boys. AJ, Snipe, Decleak. Honestly, Decleak should probably be it because he made three.
I
of
was
your
gonna
list.
say it makes me sad that Leak's not on here.
Or he's not on Lux's list, so he made two of your lists. Yeah, remove Kemp, put in Decleak. I just wanted to make the example with the 15 thing.
Okay.
So I do think
We can
Decleak-
probably refine this in a way where it makes more sense, but who really cares?
Yeah, I mean this was just a fun.
This was a
topic.
good job. This is a job well done. Make
This
no
I'm
mistake.
glad we did this.
Yeah.
And
Let us
very
know who made the worst
confident
list.
when I say that we're not going to do this for any other game types. Sorry.
Who knows? You know.
I could do it for all of them I
I'm
played,
good. Count me out for any other game type.
but it's a long.
I didn't play Halo 3 in the Prime, can't do it. Halo Reach, I did not play enough in the Prime, can't do it. Halo 5, I don't even know if there's enough players to put a top 20.
You are right about the first two things. I did not play in Reach or 3 long enough when it was in Prime to know. But
That's why we're doing all time, like all
for this.
time.
we already did that.
No.
already
Oh,
did
well, you did like tanks and runners though. That was a little different, no?
Yeah.
We did tanks, runners, hybrids.
Yeah, but you didn't make like a list like this. Is what I'm saying.
Kind of did.
We kind of did. I think we just.
The problem is
I
that it
forgot
was a
how we
lot of
did
the same names because Ace is obviously the best at both. Sab's gonna be up there. I was
It is
up
gonna
there.
look about the same. It's
I mean, it's just a top. It's just a top 10 list.
it says a lot. There's a lot of people in here who were good at the other games. Respectfully,
For the
Ooh,
most
Galvin
part,
says Lux made the worst list.
who said
Did you
that?
read the next message?
Galvin's here.
Galvin is not in my chat. There's no way. Oh my god, he is.
He's right there.
Rain over Dig is crazy. Dig is overrated in H4, dude.
What do you know? You were 9.
you were
I-
not
I-
old enough to know better.
I played him in modern day and he wasn't that good. Age 4.
Yo, can we
if that's
redo
the
this
default
average
defense,
excluding Lux?
What do you want me to say?
if that's the default defense, I don't think that's a good defense.
Yeah, that's lazy editing. I think lazy writing.
All I know is he won how many ships?
One.
Okay,
I won.
okay. Who else was on his team?
Easy was on my team when I won.
What, are you
Okay,
gonna
and-
discount Easy's ships because Easy played with Gingy?
I'm just saying you
Yeah,
all have
that's
digital
not-
above easy.
That guy you didn't even rank.
For a reason, man.
For a reason, Easy was 1B, Digital was 1A. Listen, I'm not saying Digital was the best, most consistent tank in Halo 4, because he was not. But he was so goddamn. His highs were really, really high. And they were pretty fucking consistent.
I'm
I mean,
so
on
glad to
Pro
see you,
Run,
Gav.
they felt like unbeatable. I don't know.
Did not expect
Here's
the
the
Gav
thing.
appearance.
Here's the thing: a lot of the players here, ideally should be 1Bs. Didge is not one of those players. Didge can be your 1A. He can be your 1.
I agree with that.
I feel like all the players above Didge outside of Crusader could be, or maybe easy, could be a 1A.
Listen, I think
Easy should be a 1B. I should be a 1B. Nets should be a 1B.
Easy could be a 1A,
That's gonna be a
but
1A.
But that's
1B
not.
would have his 1B
That's not
would
the
have,
best Easy.
his 1B would have to be Nets Rage, somebody who is equal to him. Right? Kind of like the Shadow Net or the Shadow Nets thing. They're both kind of that 1B player, but you put them together and it makes a pretty good 1A or a dominant 1A. So
I look at all these
Ugh.
seeds and it just looks like Digital's just taking Man Cannon and Easy, and
it was a clicky.
they're
The
trying.
League was clicky. It was. I mean, don't.
Yeah, I mean there were clicks. Yeah, there was
Why
Arc,
did he
Watch and
pick
Awe,
up-
Natural Selection. I mean,
Why
you
did they
know,
pick up Rick for 300? What the hell?
Turquoise Jeep. What you know about it? The first NGA champions. I don't see that on your fucking spreadsheet, huh?
That's
we
facts. That's facts.
We each get part of that out of that sub donation money.
Amen. Split.
You have to split it.
Also, look at
You got-
this. You picked up Digital for 420. I'm pretty sure the most in the
Mhm.
league outside of Ace. You did.
He didn't even. He's not even acknowledging the gift subs he just got.
No, I did.
And it's just like, what the fuck?
What?
Galvin,
Still not
Galvin,
right.
Galvin, are you serious? You just gifted me subs, dude. I'm on the podcast stream,
No, he
so
gifted us subs.
Our
it didn't
fourth was
it
Melvin,
didn't
bro.
it didn't play the fan. You actually gifted 5 subs. You kidding me, Galvin? What the fuck, dude?
He's unreal.
Oh
Let's
my
go, Gal.
god, Galvin, you're crazy. I gotta figure out how to play this shit. Hold on, how do I?
Yo, Galv knows fuck piggies.
Green's black.
Galvin knows ball, bro.
Yo, fuck piggies, right, Galvin? She's a crybaby.
Who is I Sinister TTV?
It's a shame Galv didn't play
Thanks,
back
Big
in the
Elf.
prime H4 days. He probably could have been pretty high up this list.
I mean, he was really good at Reach and H5. He would have been good at H4. How good? Nobody knows. Although, listen, I've seen Galvin's ping. That motherfucker plays on 4 ping. I
He
would be
cheats.
great.
Galv
on
has
4
the
ping.
fastest reach hammer I've ever seen.
Brother, if you gave me 4 ping, I would be the best to ever do it. Like, holy shit. Especially Prime Gingy, before he smoked his brain out. Let me stop talking about myself in the third person. If I stopped smoking and, like, actually stayed healthy, holy shit. Kept my reflexes top notch. Put
I
me
don't know
on
what happens if Rage starts smoking. I
what?
think everything falls apart.
Oh, dude, I smoked my brain out for sure. For sure.
I think that's a product of living in Iowa. No,
It-
not
yeah,
really.
there ain't
Really
nothing to do.
contributed.
I have like California's exempt from this.
Well, look at Boss Tycoon.
Yeah, I'm a clean boy.
Boss Tycoon was a
Second.
burnout before he got to the league. Shit.
True.
He was already ripping and tearing.
Dude, Boss has had a fascinating life. I would love to see a documentary in his story.
That is a movie that should be played by Brad Pitt. I agree. Just over sexify him or sex appeal him. His wife Miriam could fucking be Margot Robbie or somebody.
I was thinking like a Danny McBride.
Danny McBride starring as Danny Pacho. It's got a ring to it. I like it.
Who is to Tim
Oh.
Duncan a Griffball? Can somebody give me a basketball reference?
The Tim
You know,
Duncan of
you know who I
Griffball?
was gonna compare Shadow
Digital.
S16 to?
Yeah.
I was gonna compare Shadow S16 to Draymond Green,
That's
and I don't know if that would piss you guys off, but that's who I see him as.
I don't like Draymond Green, so I don't like him.
I know you don't like it, but it's kind of true. Like it's just objectively, it's pretty true.
How about Bill
Oh,
Russell?
Digital is Tim Duncan, bro.
I was about to say, like, this was Tim Duncan, right?
It's pretty good. Yeah, like a digital or a Sab.
No, Sab makes plays.
So did Duncan.
Yeah,
yeah.
Duncan.
Yeah,
don't
but
act
I feel like
Duncan
Sab
didn't
was. I
make
feel like
plays.
Sab was way flashier than Digital. Like,
Sab's Larry Bird or Dirk Nowitzki.
that is a joke about what you said
Yeah,
I
earlier.
think the
Call Sab
Dirk is about right.
Let's call Sab the Great White Hope. I love it.
That's
Don't he's the
hilarious.
whitest guy I know. He's. I tell him that to his face from time to time.
Go. You cheating bastard.
Snipe Down and Crusader are like the Bill Walton. They're basically Bill Walton, dude.
Snipe Down. Yeah, I would say like
Tracy McGrady
How about-
mixed in, maybe.
How about
if we're just talking like a Crusader Sab, they're the Splash Brothers. They're Curry and Steph.
I was gonna call Crusader Magic Johnson because playmaker, best of the ball in his hand, and his career is cut short.
Yeah. I feel like me and Easy were Shaq and Kobe. I was Shaq, he was Kobe.
Listen,
He
Snipe
is
is Bill
Kobe's pretty
Walton.
good.
All right. Won it all season 1, like his rookie year, and then he
Nobody was in
and he
college.
went down, and then he became like a 6-man later on in his career, and that was it.
Wait, I have a question for you guys. Do you think we should bring back contracts?
Fuck
No,
no.
fuck
We learned that
no.
lesson.
We should stay as far away from bid league. I don't even want to get into it because it's a revolving door conversation.
I mean, I would rather play bid league than classic. I mean, not classic. Excuse me. I mean, well, yes,
Draft.
classic and draft. Classic. I'd rather play bid league than classic or draft. To be honest with you.
I just want to play late league.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Late league's great because
I would
you'll
be-
get to play with your friends long enough, but then the teams are also fairly competitive, and you get a good mix of being able to play with a lot of players, which was good about draft and mid league. You got a good exposure to other players. It's like the best of all worlds.
I would be way more interested if it
quitting.
was a closed off league. Like there was 8 captains and they were all 8 good players, relative in skill, so that you knew you weren't going to get fucked if you went to the pool. That your 4th was going to be somebody like Aware Mosquito or Sev, right? They were going to be good players and only falling to the 4th round because they're playing out of EU or some shit. I just hate the risk of having to sign up and maybe catching a grenade or
Oh,
somebody.
absolutely, terrifying stuff.
Dude,
Dog
I
shit.
do like the idea of like having like a super exclusive small league, that doesn't like run too long, but it's just like a somewhat shorter
Well,
one, like a
I
mini
think
season, but it's
I
like
think those-
super exclusive.
Those meta tournament things that somebody brought up, like the idea of like you draft, like you have those 6 to 12 or the 6 to 10 team leagues or team tournaments, and you play in like literally 3 tournaments or some shit, and then you play like one big playoff. Like you play 3 tournaments for seeding, and then one big playoff. Everybody throws in $20,
Well,
right?
I mean, I love the idea of like a pay to play league. I love it.
Yeah. Yep.
I think you need late league alongside to go for it though, because again, it's not something that everyone's gonna be able to play. So you still need to be able to provide that competitive aspect to everybody. Anyone who can just load up in the Discord and
my
play.
thing
So
is-
late league needs to get the fuck rolling.
How much do you spend on bowling every Thursday, Rage? $40?
Let's see. The bowling leagues are 25 to 30 per week. Yeah.
Per week. It's great. So Like they're $20 here. Like I would totally be down, and I would have been down with this back then too, to have like 20 guys show up on Thursdays, and everybody puts in $5 into a PayPal. Everybody pays the same account, so one person handles all the money. Obviously, we can make it somebody we fucking has been here forever and we trust, right? And then you play like 20 people, so there's only 4 teams. There's 4 captains. And they each draft.
It gets fucking sweaty.
And then it gets sweaty. Yeah, you play best of 3s against everybody, or something competitive, and then at the end of Thursday night you pay out the top 2 teams. Like second place gets their money back, winners get $10 or $15.
This is the important part. Are we doing this on Infinite? Because that's important.
That's the problem. Is like we probably would have to do it on Infinite.
Dude,
and I don't know if I would.
Can we do an H5 season on PC, man? I really want to experience that game and showcase
I don't know if it works. Last
my
time we tried
abilities.
It works.
Everybody
it
says that.
works.
Last time I played it, it worked. It's just not crossplay, which sucks.
Rage,
But
we played it last time and it was awful. Was it not?
It was pretty fucking dog shit.
It was terrible.
me and
Okay,
Ace Pence,
I believe you guys.
No, me and
That
Ace Pence
has
played it
been-
like last year, and it was great.
I was gonna say, that has been a few years ago though.
Hopefully it updated because it was my favorite Griff ball. It was.
It was so
Like-
good. Imagine that on Halo 5 on PC that plays as well as MCC. Like, oh
Oh.
my god, it'd be so good.
Dude, if
He's
Halo
so
5 if Halo 5 was the game for all of Halo 4, I was worse at Halo 5. I don't even care. I would have rather played it that long. Like I would have rather that been the game we played for that long. Because it was so good.
Dude, Solace, me and you are out of touch. I don't know if you played
If
H5 or not.
only you could not smart link with the hammer, because that was kind of a broken mechanic.
I didn't mind it. Obviously.
I did not enjoy.
Obviously. I was okay with it.
Yeah, imagine
Shit.
you know how you guys can zoom in and lunge with the sword. Imagine you could do that with the hammer. That's kind of what that was. It wasn't, the range wasn't to the same extent, but you could do it. You could lunge, like if you lunge somebody and then they dash backwards, it would take you. Like you would lunge them all the way down, and it
you
was
could smart link.
incredibly difficult to punch.
You could smart link with a sword from 3 times the distance of a hammer, and it was not the easiest thing to punch. You're right. Now you could get pretty consistent at punching it, though. I did, at least.
Ugoloff was the king of that.
Ugolf was great at it. That was his thing. Yep.
You know how annoying it was to have to try and get the ball out of Oogie, who would go 10 for 10 on lunges, and then but he always had Rain playing with him, so you have this fucking juggernaut of a tank at midcourt, and then this incredibly consistent ball puncher with the ball.
He was Rain's easy. Rain would sit there
Pretty
and kill
much.
stuff, and Oogie would dance around him and get punches, and it worked. It's
And you could
I mean,
actually, you guys
let's-
like the,
let's
what
be real.
you
That combo
forget
has
now-
worked in every Griff ball. Dominant
Yeah,
punch,
pretty much.
punch runner with a dominant tank is always a good thing.
That's your point guard's big man combo in the NBA.
That's your
It
Shaq.
just- it
That's
just
your
never
Shaq
fails.
Kobe. That's your Shaq
Yeah.
Kobe. That's your big bully and your fucking finesse guy.
The problem I have with Infinite the most, because what makes it so not fun, is the fact that there were so many sick plays you could do with the ball and thruster in Halo 5, that you just can't do anymore because the hammer is so fucking garbage. It's so insane range, insane damage. You just can't do anything fun with the ball anymore besides punch. It's by far my least favorite game, for the runner. It's just punching. It's so fucking lame.
And it's not challenging. At least Reach was challenging. Like you had to be patient. You had to be okay. Saying Reach is challenging is
It's challenging to get through a game without falling asleep.
it's relative, right? It's relative. but punches weren't free, right? Like it took skill to punch a sword. It took timing and anticipation to punch a sword.
Yeah.
So in this one, I could be damn near catatonic and still hit the punch. Or I could lunge you, hear the fucking sound, and then get slapped in my face and batted down like a fly. I don't get this game, dude. Like I don't understand.
And
There's
you
like
know it's bad because even the worst of players don't panic swing anymore. Everyone just knows, just wait until they swing. It's fine.
Yeah. Yep.
You have an incredibly huge window. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. They don't fucking take the baits anymore, so you can't outdance them. It's just like, oh, he's just gonna wait till I lunge. I might as well take a hammer out. Take my chances.
Oh yeah. Eastbrook made a good point. Infinite running is lame as shit. Why is there no wall hop?
There's a bitch
Why
hop.
did we take? Why did we take the wall hop out of the game?
It's 2 feet high.
Huh?
I said there is a wall hop, but it's 2 feet high.
It's a
Yeah.
bitch
Why
hop.
did we? Why did we do that?
I don't think that was in their mind when they designed the court. Because I mean, who are your designers this season? Were they Death and Ace Spence?
Death
designed-
does not know about the wall hop.
Who designed the OG
Right.
court though? Because we're building this upon
Yeah. Like, how did we not
Zeta Stadium.
get the wall hop back in? Like, that's insane to
Again,
me.
you have newer guys controlling the development. Like you gotta,
Yeah,
you
but
gotta.
we have old heads here. That should
Ace
know. It's
Spence
like, hey, you
Ace
forgot the
Spence-
wall hop.
Who's running the show though? It's Ace Spence and Death, right? They're the main two, and then you got extra help with like Men's and Priest and Noplex. But I mean that they're
Any
not
one of
gonna
them.
step in- They're not
No.
going to step in and over dedicate for that. So it's just like, again, we have guys that have been there for longevity, but none of them have been the most competitive guys. None of them have been the most strict on, the type of play, the type of court, the type of game type kind of shit. And then you have Death, who's completely new and doing the best he can to help innovate and create. And
Galv, do you know they have
No.
spawn protection in this game?
Wait. Ace
Wow.
Spence
Men's.
said that the wall hop was OP. Why are we taking out everything in this game that is OP? Oh, you can launch OP. Wall hop OP. Runner is mobile. Can't run backwards anymore. OP.
See,
Like,
but
what
I
the
also
fuck?
I also heard that Thruster was unplayable, and that's just not true. I know we changed some things from last season or the Rush Thruster to this one because the Rush Thruster felt a lot cleaner. So I don't know what we changed, but I could feel that there has been changes. But even this is very playable compared to the repulsor and the fucking grappling hook. Like
It's
that
so
felt just as
strict.
bad.
Halo Infinite will forever be dog shit, and that's just how it is. That's
Like
why I
the
want
game-
action season.
The game UI is just broken. What the fuck is an action season?
Oh, that's where like you have like loadouts. One person like spawns with sword. One person can spawn with a repulsor. I think that's the gist of it.
I just want crazy shit because
Oh,
I can't play a
so-
base vanilla game.
Dash.
No, because you.
I
yeah,
would
but
love a
you can't
dash league.
play like kind of like that. I don't think you can take this game seriously because it's so broken and simple.
I have hard times getting really excited about it. I'm gonna not lie to you. Like we're getting on
I've
to
never
play
been
games.
excited.
We're getting on to play games, and I'm like, I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
Like, which I'm trying hard to fight because I know Jaden doesn't want to get sad, but I'm gonna show up. How about that?
As long as you show up, man, I think we're gonna be okay. I'm
Yeah.
I'm putting my time into Kyle at the moment, bro.
You get it. You get
As
it. Just show
as
up.
long as you're a B, we're gonna be we're gonna be okay. I think
Okay, great. I could be a B.
you could definitely be a B.
I can be. I'm a B. I'm a B. I'm a B.
I think I'm content. I think I'm content as a D. I might be able to actually go for 90 credits last season or next season if I were to stay.
Yo,
Would
I'm
like to
picking-
D rank.
I'm coming up. I'm gonna captain after my solid B season. I'm gonna be in the middle. I'm gonna draft you or bid on you, and we're gonna win. Rage. We're finally gonna have a season together again, and we're gonna win. We're going all in.
What if I did another gimmick?
Just invite
What
me
if
to the H5 season.
What if I never? What if I played
Now
a
I'm
whole season
only
with
using
only
a
the hammer and no jumping?
Oh yeah, Cosmos effect.
No. I'll keep thrust. I will not jump though. So thrusting is half useless anyways. I just walk around and swing.
Perfect. Perfect. And I will do the opposite. I won't thruster, but I will jump.
We have the all gimmick team. Let's go.
We're gonna win one game.
You and the
Probably
4
make
other
playoffs.
teams that are in
They
the
want it-
league.
They want it to be all inclusive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
think it's
want a
pretty
dash
bad that
league.
my team has I think it's pretty bad my team has a positive record with me doing this shit.
I mean, no. I mean, it's the sword
This-
is
the
viable.
sword
Like
is-
Pop Tart's doing it
It's
too.
such a disadvantage though. I get cheated out of 30 kills a game. It's crazy.
You're at a disadvantage when you're at your plate.
It's the
Yes.
fourths, bro. It's just the
Oh, yeah,
fourths. That's all it is.
I'm-
That's all it is.
I'm useless on when we're pushed back. I'm useless. I just spawn and die.
Half these teams don't have forbs. It's
But
just like, what are you
here's
gonna
the
do?
thing. Here's the thing about the sword, though. It's like some of the tech is OP because if you're lunging the guy that's on the plate swinging, about to kill 3 of you, and you body block that hammer blow, the other 2 live and then kill him. Like sometimes it eats the swing completely, and it's
Yeah,
so
sometimes.
strong. It's so strong. It's just random. It's just the game itself is broken.
Yeah, it's very random. I will
It didn't
randomly
matter.
get outright kills. I'll randomly die. I will
Happened
clash sometimes.
happened with thruster, happened without it. So it's like I don't think it matters what type of gameplay game type we play on. It's gonna have it. But then again, I've never looked into like I need to look into like the game type and the modifications and shit and see just to double check it, right? Like, are they doing shit similar to the way it was set up in H5? Is the movement similar? Like, if I took it to a 1-to-1, because I have the game types on H5, I could go back and look. Like, what did we change? What did we modify to make the game more playable? Because this game, in a nutshell, feels like Halo 5 when you're running and when you're walking. But it's the mechanics and everything else, like the thruster distance, the thruster speed, the hammer swing speed. All of that is way different, and I don't know if it's changeable.
Yo, is Halo 5 gonna switch to Unreal Engine? Like I know like that whole thing is they said they're gonna do that, but does that mean do they mean like this game or are they gonna move it to like the next Halo game? Like I don't actually understand how the engine thing works.
So, I mean, just like, for example, Oblivion was just remastered and moved to an Unreal 5 engine. It's the same thing. It's just using like Jaga as your scripting preference, right? Like using a different coding to make your game, but they're just copying the script and then putting it into U5. So it's just they're taking the game that is Halo and putting it with the movement mechanics and the coding mechanics of Unreal Engine, which is just gonna change the movement style and the way the game generally feels.
Yeah, maybe the game works.
Maybe.
I would like a game that works.
Maybe.
That'd be cool.
That would be splendid. But I don't
Like if we
know
just had more
what's happening
customization, we could make this a good game. We can change everything about the hammer. We can change the way the fucking physics and movement and all this other
Dude,
dumb shit.
the hammer holds this game back tremendously. Like,
it really does.
So bad. Like the fact that I have to predict that, like when Priest does his whole backup thing, right? If I wait to hit my trigger till when Priest hits his thruster, I'm too late. He is already swinging. I am dead, right? Even though I timed it right when he hit his thruster to come back at me because he does the whole jump away thruster forward thing. You know what I'm talking about, right? Right?
Yep.
Okay. He does his little thing. I have timed that perfectly in my head a million times. Right when he shoots forward, I'm still late to the swing. It takes that long for that fucking hammer to come down, and it drives me nuts. So you like have to predict when he's gonna do it, and it's just dog shit. I hate it.
Yeah, I bitch and complain about some of the settings in the game, but at the end of the day, there's only so much that they're able to do with it because at the center core of this game is the hammer, and it's just bad.
Yeah. But what do you do?
I
Cancel.
wish.
Let's go back to Reach again. Yay!
Look, Reach is usually fun for about one season. I think we could probably pull off a fun Reach season.
No, I could play 2. I'll tank in one, run in the other.
Last season was fun. I had a lot of fun that season.
Which one is that?
The
We
GWO
have
one.
to probably have different definitions of the last Reach season.
Well, there's AJLA, and then there's the actual last Reach season. The last AJLA Reach season, I'm not sure what that was. What was that?
Is that the one where Falcon Ice was the best player?
Oh. In GWO you were. AJLA, I'm not sure. It was probably the Dash one, right?
I was not in the Dash one.
You know how we count the Dash one that had like 4 teams?
It had 8 teams, okay.
Uh-huh.
Domination.
It was a very
is this
competitive season. I went for 0 kills.
Is this podcast done, or is it going to be 12 hours?
Oh, dude, we just yap, dude. Like,
Yeah,
it's
we're at
there.
4 right now. We're going pretty good.
Look at all the NBA stuff I'm getting on my timeline now, guys. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that cool?
It is great.
Perfect.
I'm so glad you're getting into basketball. It's so much fun.
But, gentlemen, I do have to get up early for work.
Yeah, we probably kept
Thanks
you a
for
little too
having
long.
me.
Oh, of course.
Thanks for having me on your fancy show.
you
Very- it
you
was-
carried
it
this
was very
episode,
prof-
in my opinion.
It was very professional.
Yeah. Take it easy, brother.
Yeah,
do
we're
this.
top tier. We get to do it again tomorrow.
Perfect. Let me
Just
know
kidding.
if you ever need me to talk shit about anything or anyone. I'm down.
Don't forget to play V Rising with us.
I'll see
I'll
you
think
there.
about it. It's a fun game. I
Listen,
just don't know if I want.
I'm not going to be spending time getting us to practice for playoffs if V Rising is out. So, it's either that or
Yeah.
V Rising, you know what I'm saying?
I get you.
Yeah, if you're really his friend, you'll play V Rising with him.
I'll probably hop on.
I brought
I'll
AJ in.
probably-
He liked it. He
Yeah,
lived, he
AJ
lived
was
in my
chilling.
castle. He lived in my castle for a bit.
Oh, how about Easy? Get Easy in this game.
I'll talk to him. If we win the ship, I'll talk to Easy about playing V Rising. He might do it.
Oh, that's too long though.
No.
V Rising's got like it'll probably be good for like one good month, and then that'll probably take out most of the player base because not everyone can handle a grind of a good game.
That's okay. We'll get grinding and then we'll get Easy in and we'll get him all caught up.
I'd say.
That'll be our goal about a month and a half in if we win the ship. That gives you motivation to throw it.
Hell yeah.
So, all right, boys.
We
GG,
appreciate
bro.
you, man. Thank you. Thank you guys for showing up. Do you want to
This is pretty
talk for
cool.
the next 4 hours about Halo Reach Top 20? No, I'm just kidding. Can you imagine?
I'm
Ace number
sleepy.
one.
No, actually. I'm okay.
Yeah, probably not gonna do those other ones. Halo 4 is special.
Yeah, Halo 4 was special. I could probably make... If we do, it's not going to be for a while. It'll be like when we forgot about it. I feel like Titan
Yeah,
Man is
it'll-
overrated, Galvin. No? Sorry, what?
Titan Man.
I don't know. I feel like he was an overrated runner when I played him.
So the problem is there's just all these shitters who played matchmaking and sword lining and shit, but they never played in league with all the good competition. And so they're all gonna say that they're always the best, but you can't be the best unless you play the best. You just don't get the competition up for it. So
Well, hey, man, if you get 1,000,000 kills in matchmaking, that means you're the best, right?
no,
Yeah, I don't know. I just see matchmaking
that's
kids.
that's
below.
embarrassing.
Embarrassing. I just see him as like. It sounds fucked up. I just see him as below league kids, to be honest, Galv. Like, you came in and like showed who you were. You know what I'm saying? And then now everybody puts you in like list, like this.
Yeah.
Mm.
Anyway, you want to play 3 hours of Stardew now? Keep the podcast.
I was gonna say.
Keep the podcast going.
I was gonna say, dude. We should probably get one last playthrough of Stardew, because it's
Yeah, because
tonight.
probably won't be tomorrow. It's not. Yeah, because it's not going to be tomorrow. Because tomorrow, I need to when I get home, I'm gonna set up the server and have it ready to go as soon as I get home on Tuesday. I just need to figure out this VBoss shit. I think I did. The problem is, I remember when you set it up last year, like you were able to manually edit each individual VBoss's level. I think I'm only allowed to up them a certain amount, like as a whole. I can't do it individually. Like I don't see that option, and their customer support won't answer me.
You have to stream it out to look at it.
Alright.
It's It's something. Wait, was I on this team?
All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
All right, take
I
your
would probably
time.
I would probably cut the podcast at this point.
I feel like people are still listening.
Okay, that's fine. But yeah, I'll be back.
We're live to 1,000,000 people. And that 1,000,000 people is Galv, because he is worth 1,000,000. Oh my god. Oh my god, Galv. Get to me subs. Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't answer who had the worst list. I think all of our lists are good. Solid's the only one to put MSSR Martin, which is respect. I was going to put him too. I don't think my list is bad. Wait, you just give me wait, Gav, whoa, Gav, chill. You're gonna make me you're gonna make me do something I might regret tomorrow, brother. Gav, what is wrong with you? Are you kidding me? 50 total subs, Gav. 10 Gav. Oh my god, Gav. Oh my god. Oh my god, Gav. Solace, you seeing this? Oh my god. Oh my god, Gav. I think it's understandable. If I'm throwing a digit 10, I think it's. Oh, whoops. I just didn't play him that much, man, and I don't remember him being part of like that Ace Gingy thing. I remember, or the Crusader thing. I don't know. I'd put digital top 3 every other Halo though. Besides Dig 5 because I didn't play that one. All right, I'll see you, Gavin. I didn't see your message, bro. You have a good night. You made this stream sick, and you made my life sick, and thanks for being awesome, bro. Better mod than Rage, that's for sure. Well, Gal says connect to the podcast. Gingy left, so I think I'm gonna cut it. If you're watching on YouTube, I appreciate you. For giving me your time and listening to us yap. I'm kind of tired, but I'm gonna play a little bit of Stardew and go to bed. Thank you, Gal, for the subs. Thank you, Eastbrook, for the surprise appearance, and Zinger, thank you too, and thank you everybody. I just want to finish this off by I'm the best Halo 4 player in the world right now, not Solace, and not Ace either, to be honest. But you know, that's just facts. Solace, what do you have to say to that? All right, looks like Solace agrees. Awesome. All right, take it easy.